Hello, and welcome to Roll X Play, where we roll dice and we play games. You've joined us for Session 2, Episode 2 of Still Hearts, called Eyes Wide Shut. Get it? So, we're just going to make sure that everything's rocking and rolling before we begin. Last time we had some technical difficulties, but this time I'm handling everything, so it's probably most likely that we do have technical difficulties. So if the guys could inform us that everything's working, rocking and ready to go. We'll just kind of like test the waters. Jack, how's your day going?
Yeah, so far so good.
The hesitation.
Ready to be rude.
My mic wasn't working before when we were testing,
Oh, okay.
and I'm not coming through on the screen.
Are you not?
I'm just checking.
I'm coming through now.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I fixed it.
Okay, I think everyone can be heard.
Okay, we're going to go one by one and say hello.
Yeah.
And we're going to test it that way.
God.
Oh wait, hold on, okay.
So
I'm
we're
gonna
going to
mute
go
him then
Robbie.
again.
Hello.
Hello!
Frey, hello.
Uh-oh. Oh no, we
can't
can't
hear
hear
him.
Frey. Okay, that's...
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Oh, no.
Leonie, hello.
Hello.
You weren't here last time, Leonie, so this is your first time
No, I
joining us on
wasn't.
stream.
It's Vault for Sunday.
Yeah, for
You
Sundays.
missed.
Yeah, you've been there for Tuesday, yeah. oh well. Next we have Cassie. Hello, Cassie.
Hi.
For fuck's sake. Cassie just woke up about 20 minutes ago.
Max is gonna kill me. He's gonna kill me dead.
And
Make
then we have...
make a note.
Look, we're all making notes.
Max.
Yes.
Question. I think we're getting double audio from somewhere.
Okay.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Because that's what it sounds like.
Okay.
Someone in chat confirm.
Maybe that...
But I think you might need to mute
fixed
one
it.
output.
I fixed it.
Okay, let me check again. Oh, yep, it's
We
fixed now.
There we
It's
go.
fixed.
We fixed it.
Cool.
Hello. Nice to see you.
No.
Stop. You're not funny. That wasn't funny.
Cassie, someone's got to try, okay? I'm trying.
What do
Oh,
you
I
think
forgot
Jack
to
for?
do-
Jack's the funny one.
Jack is the funny one. You're right.
Like what do you like what?
I'm rude, not funny. That's
Yeah, sure.
You're fucking hilarious.
We have all of the archetypes here. We have the funny one, we have the silent one, and we can fill in the gaps elsewhere because I don't want to put names of anyone.
Please go on. Please continue.
No, I'm going to stop there before I dig myself a hole.
Yeah, you don't want
Yeah.
fucking feel the backlash right now.
Let's get this rolling, shall we? Let's get this show on the road. Okay, we all ready to go?
Yes.
Yep.
Cool. All right, a little recap to get us in the mood and the setting. So, alongside the mischievous marauding Martets, the party travel through the Whispering Woods to their final destination of Transfilar, where they hope to board an airship for their journey to Leyrons. Some more insights into this strange travelling circus come up. The party learns from a couple of them and how they ended up in this troupe. But as the night continues, a sinister air gathers, and it could be felt around both Jacob and Sarah, two of these circus members. They had received a letter from an old acquaintance long ago forgotten. And in this letter, a almost underlying threat had been kind of left there to plant the seeds of doubt in their mind. And through a last-minute confrontation, Ven was able to stop them from fleeing straight away. You were able to get an insight into why they were trying to flee. There was a possibility of them still staying, but with Thorn's voice telling them to just leave, they went. They flew as a single form of Gemini, both ice and fire just disappearing into the Whispering Woods. And that's pretty much where we left off, so we're going to pick up right there. So the group of you all stood. Night is in full swing now. It's about midnight at this point. Slightly cloudy above, small bit of moonlight peeking through. And the caravans, all of the kind of different wagons and beasts of burden have been settled down for the evening. And everyone is pretty much in their own cabins, resting. Meanwhile, your group is the only ones really present and out at the moment. So, what do you guys get up to? You see now no longer any more light originating from Gemini as they fly away, and you are left to your own devices.
I think Thorn, after seeing all that, she's losing it a bit. She first of all, she's crying, and she's looking up at the moonlight that is that she can see, and she starts to laugh. It's low at first, then it picks up to where it's borderline maniacal, and then like she looks crazy, and then she immediately slaps herself hard. She takes a deep breath, turns around, and just says, "Okay, let's get this work to do." And then she walks off.
Sienna sends a startled look to the rest of the group and then just gestures awkwardly and goes, Thorn, right, I'll follow her. Yeah.
Wait.
She hurries after Thorn.
Hold on. Can the van, like, stop one of them?
Of course you can.
Can try.
Yeah, you can stop Sienna. It's
Can
rather
we
easy.
talk about this? Because apparently you two know what's going on here. More than the rest of us, at least.
I'm not gonna lie, I have no clue.
We need to tell Zagar that Gemini's gone. We need to go back to Rhodey, whatever that guy was. We need to find out where he got those messages. And we need to really him. And then we can talk. And Thodane, she looks at Thodane and points at him. If you don't burn that letter and smash that rock, so help me God. And then she keeps walking.
Yeah, afraid I'm gonna have to keep those. At least the rock. Evidence. Kind of need it to maybe
She
track down
stops.
the motherfucker.
One thing to point out is these letters are not the same. One is written in a cipher that has extracted letters placed in different alignments, so you don't know who the writer is, and it's signed anonymous. Meanwhile, the one that Gemini had received is one written in cursive handwriting, very prim, proper, mostly torn apart now at this point because of them just kind of balling it up and kind of crunching it together. But there is clearly a difference. The person who had sent Thodane a message was trying to become anonymous and left signed anonymous, whilst the other one left no signature because their words and handwriting alone were enough of a signal to say who they were.
I want to grab that.
They left it. They just gave it to you.
That is a lead. So I am grabbing that and just gonna go to Fawn. I'm sure you'd want me to burn this. I'm sure there's a good reason for that. That being said, the one I got was made like this, which not the best lead to go off of, considering it's just glued together letters.
I don't give a rat's ass about the letters. You burn that. You crush that stone.
Yeah,
That is a beacon to you.
Yeah, the thing is, he found me when I was practically in the middle of nowhere. Nowhere near where I normally am. So, if I get rid of this one, I'll have pissed them off, and likely won't get another way to contact them when they already stole something from me. And I have some suspicions that something else I'm looking into might be connected at this point, especially with what we just saw there.
It would honestly be better if you just dropped this entirely, because you don't need this thing going after you. Trust me, you don't.
Yeah, I really can't.
We don't even know who this is, and you aren't willing to tell us either, so I think it's fair for Zidane to want to keep it.
I can't tell you. You saw all of that? That's what happens when I tell people. So I want to, but I can't.
But we don't know if it's the same person. Thadane is right, they're two different letters.
Actually, I think they are the same person. You know, two people getting letters like this in the same general area.
But why go out of his way to hide his handwriting in letter to you?
I mean, without making things complicated, he probably assumed that I wouldn't speak to them or they'd run off without sharing the letter. He probably wasn't banking on someone else who knows this person also being here.
I don't know.
But, like, not everything, despite it make it. If everything was a grand conspiracy, I'd be swimming in money. But sometimes it isn't. Sometimes you just get lucky or unlucky, and this is a mixture of the two here. I think it was just happenstance that two people he wanted to contact were in the same place, and happenstance that someone else he's already fucked over was also here.
It's not. He knows what he's doing. And then I start walking off with no stopping.
Can I read your letter today?
I hand Ven the letter. There's something I want to do with the written one. It's a long shot, and it's also. I want to Sherlock the letter. I want to see what I can glimpse from the actual handwriting, and if I can get any hint of personality behind this.
Hello?
I think he's.
I can't hear
Max, we can hear you. I think you might be muted.
He's back.
So, Thadane, if you can roll an investigation check for me as you look into the new paper that's been acquired from Gemini. Ven, on the other hand, you read through the other document that was given to Thadane directly. It does address him directly through these very jumbled letters. The message itself is along the lines of thanking him for his due diligence and his paperwork for this individual that he has received basically info of. It's going to help him later down the road. There is nothing more, nothing added, nothing specific or threatening involved. It is just a very mysterious letter that has been left behind. Thadane, you rolled a 25 on your investigation check. You read the letter, this one addressed to Sarah and Jacob. And again, doesn't have their names, doesn't have the writer's name either. But what you can glance from it is that whoever wrote this is very cold. Not even a sense of humor, I'd say. I'd say they are very matter of fact. This is someone who gets great delight in using his words carefully. And you can tell that this is a male figure. Just from the kind of writing and the way that it's written, it's definitely given this kind of male voice that you can almost hear in the back of your mind as you're reading it. Additionally, there is something not right with this person. Outside of what was just said, something isn't clicking with you. The cadence in which that the letter's been written in leaves you to understand that this is someone who has learnt how to be of a higher learning, but they themselves do not originate from that. So they have learnt this through time and time and time. The way to write this way, the way to pose questions and write in this manner. It seems very forced, is what you can tell.
While they're looking at the letters, Sienna's just going to say to them, she might have said it a bit brusquely, but she's the one that has contact with this guy in the past, apparently, and if she says we should destroy the stone, then it might be of actual danger to us. So just something to consider. I'll make sure she doesn't kill anyone. And
you
then
go make sure she's all right. We'll discuss the stone once everyone's calmer.
That might be a brilliant idea. And then she's gonna hurry off after Thorn.
I mean, looking at these two letters, they don't look like they're... Well, one is made out of cut-out letters, but I don't think the tone is the same at all. I mean, it wasn't threatening. At least I'm not picking that up.
It's not tone in these, it's method. It's very deliberate. It's very offhand. If you're looking at the words of the paper, not incredibly similar. If you're looking at the manner in which they were delivered, then there's more similarities than not.
I don't know, because to me, from what Gemini has told us, this person doesn't feel like someone who would hide who they are if they wanted something out of you.
This is where my line of work might come into play. I'm an investigator, and I work for a number of people who are, well, snobby pricks. And the handwritten letter, feels like he's one of them types. So there's a chance that if he'd written to me, I might have noticed something familiar. Yeah, this is all conjecture. There's not a whole lot there. But I'm inclined to believe it's the same person. I'm not going to lock that in. But at the moment, it makes more sense for there to be one person rather than several different things.
I don't think we should destroy the stone, though.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm keeping that.
Okay. Because, as you said, it does seem like a lead to whoever this might be.
Yeah,
or at least...
It is a lead, a clue, and also, potentially, leverage. It's a sending stone. It's sending somewhere. Find a person who's good enough with magic, you might be able to find where. Idiot might have given me a way to find him.
Maybe. We could figure it out later down the line.
Yeah, not my really realm of magic, that, but it's worth looking into.
I could try something, maybe, if I find the right spell.
I mean, if you find a spell that might be handy, by all means. Most of mine's more of the, let's say, personal in nature.
Personal?
Psychic stuff.
Oh. Like what you did back there when you were interrogating people?
Yeah, reading minds is a bit of that. Some of it is getting in someone's head. And, when I knocked out the Arfling the other day, that was that. The insult knocks around, it's a...
Yeah. I understand. Did they teach you this at your school?
Yeah, I went to academy in Laurence, specialised in mostly forensic magics, but psychic has a lot of crossover with interrogations and questionings.
Forensic. Yes.
If there's a crime, I could use magic to help me solve it.
Oh, okay. Well, I think we should probably get back to everyone, just so nobody gets too suspicious as to why we're in the woods in the middle of the night.
Yeah, you'd be surprised how many people don't think that's suspicious. It makes my line of work really fucking difficult.
You know what? Fair, but we've been gone for a bit now. And we're newcomers.
You're newcomers. I've been with them for a while. I'm going to stop being
True,
pedantic.
true.
Let's go back to the cowboy.
Yeah, Ben's gonna go to his carriage cabin.
What are the two
Whatever.
of your guys' passive perception?
Oh God, no.
Oh lordy lord.
Oh,
Okay.
no.
I think
Son of a
Thodane's is quite
bitch.
high.
Yeah. I've
Yeah,
got
I don't think mine's higher than that.
Okay, Thodane, you notice this. You were maybe on the outskirts of the camp, not too far away, maybe about 30 feet or so away from the first caravan. As you're about to head back, you can see leaning against one of the large wheel spokes for one of the caravans down the line. You see the kind of golden skin of Gildana. She's just kind of laying there, and you see her eyes are trained and looking over in your guys' direction. She's been watching this entire thing. And you see she's just kind of leaning against it, arms crossed. And as soon as she sees you, she just gives a nod and begins to head off. You also notice, Thodane, as mentioned last session, this paper, as much destroyed, broken up, and torn apart as Sophia or Jacob try to make it, it is reforming back into a solid piece of paper once again. It is just slowly melding back, and the message just never leaves.
That's not weird.
I want to quickly test something. I want to rip one word in half, and then another word in half, and swap the halves around. I want to see if that fixes.
Sure. You just cut pieces off, and it slices apart like paper would. And as you kind of place them against it, you hold it there for a second, and you see the paper, the edges of it begin to seal back into place, and the writings and the letters themselves begin to move through the lines and through the paragraphs and reconstruct themselves in the correct form and manner as it was intended.
Have I ever come across or heard of magic like that? I just want to kind of get a sense for it. Is this common or rare?
Sure,
basically?
roll an Arcana check.
But am I noticing this?
I'd say, yeah, this is all happening at the same time.
No, that'd be a nat one.
So this is all happening as you guys were about to depart.
Do you know how it's doing that?
It appears to be magic.
Very
That one,
observant.
I don't know shit.
That's why he's the detective.
Could I give it a go? See if
Sure.
I've ever seen
You can roll
this?
either a nature or an Arcana check.
Okay, I'll do Arcana then.
Okay.
21.
Damn!
21. This isn't anything you've seen before. You, for a moment, look at the paper and try and analyze for any glyphs, the things you've been taught, and you do not see any magic at all. This is devoid of magic, which means that this is a material that is at least very, very rare for not even you or Thodane to even know about. But this isn't magical. This is something else.
This isn't magic. It is rare, but it's not arcane in nature at all, the Dane. I don't know exactly what it is, but I sent also.
You're muted, mate.
That's a call. That'll be a calling card then.
You think? Wouldn't that also be magic?
I've never heard of something like that. Well, no. So a calling card in this case isn't a magical item. It is something a person uses to say this is me. So in this case, letters that fix themselves without being magical, I'm gonna go ahead and call that a calling card because that won't be cheap.
Hmm.
We
Alright,
can afford to send this out on a threat to people who hadn't been around for years. Then he's probably got a lot of this.
Do you think the other letter will do the same?
Worth a try, and I'm going to rip off like a corner of it and see if it reforms.
Imagine it doesn't work and you just rip it in half. And you're like,
Roll for ripping paper. Like a
God damn it, I
shredder.
dumped strength.
Just
I
completely.
dumped strength. This might go badly.
Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. Roll a strength check.
oh my god!
I want to see if you get a paper
Wouldn't
cut.
this be Dex?
I want to
Please.
see if he gets a paper cut.
Come on.
Oh my god.
Come on.
All right.
Okay.
13.
You cut the
You
paper.
fail!
Congratulations.
Yay.
You slice off a corner of it, and you kind of wait for it to place together. It doesn't. This is just regular parchment.
Uh-oh.
I like ripped off a little corner.
Yeah,
so.
you don't take off anything important. You just test the waters. But that also means that this could be easily destroyed. So bear that in mind.
Right. Okay.
So I can burn.
Right,
I
well,
can
this
steal
is
it and
going-
burn it later. Good to
Yes.
know. Awesome.
It's going.
Hey, you're
Wow,
not
really
here.
Wish I'd learned the lock spell all of a sudden. Really wish I'd learned the lock spell. Didn't really need it. It was more about getting into doors than like, locking them. Well, that is hindsight. Anyway, let's get back and wait for Thorn to calm down. Where's Finnell in all this?
So you're looking around.
Hi,
He's just
I'm over
there.
here. How are you?
Good to know.
How are you, little man?
Okay, Fodane.
Yes, I forget. Thodane.
Yes, I remembered your name. You will remember mine,
That's right.
or you lose.
That's how memory works. I'll try.
I need a drink.
Your ways are strange.
No, I think you're the strange one.
I beg to differ.
Stranger in a strange land. Let's agree on that then.
I agree. You begin to head off back to the caravans and set yourselves up for where you go next. But before then, we'll jump over to both Thorn and Sienna. Where are you guys going?
I'm going straight to Dagar's caravan. I know better, so I'm not just gonna walk in.
You head over to his caravan. His is the first one in the troop. Slightly bigger than the rest. You walk over, you can see the doors closed, everything's closed. No lights on in the interior either.
Yeah, okay. I'll knock as Thodain had taught me.
Okay.
Try and be respectful.
You knock on the door, you hear a little, just a little kind of like toot. Oh, what time is it? Oh, you hear stomping around. You hear about, he kind of like fumbles around a little bit. You hear something fall over, break. Oh, God.
I'm
One
gonna
second.
preemptively cast a light cantrip just so he maybe doesn't fall onto us as soon as he opens the door. Because apparently he can't see well in darkness.
Yeah, Thor's gonna back up a bit. Just a little bit.
Eventually, you hear the door unlock. You can see he's in like this large overcoat, waistcoat just around his midsection. He kind of like leans over. It's pink, mostly pink and orange in the colours. Very large dressing gown. And he just kind of like leans through. You can see he's slightly hunched over. His eyes are quite small and beady. You can see there's big bags underneath them. Hello. Well, that's quite bright. Who's there?
Sorry.
A Gemini.
Dim the light.
Excuse me.
We're very sorry to disturb you this late hour, but there's been an incident.
Gemini.
Oh, not an incident. Yes.
What do you mean Gemini's gone?
They left.
Well, they may have gone gallivanting. They're a couple. They do these things.
No, they left. I told them to leave. Sorry.
Well, no, that's not quite the correct order of events. They told us, well, we saw that they were getting ready to leave, and we asked them why, and they explained to us. And Thorn encouraged them, maybe, but it was their decision to leave. They said they were sorry.
Um,
And to tell you that.
he shakes his head for a moment. Okay, and he leaves his abode. I'll go over and see them. He begins to
No,
head
they're
over.
gone.
What do you mean they're
And he's-
gone? They were here. What time is it? They were here a few hours ago, at least.
We watched them run away.
Why?
They are gone.
Why did they run? What are they running from? It's not making sense.
Thorn, she just sort of like averts his gaze and doesn't answer his question.
Well, I'll find out
they-
myself.
I got a note from someone from the past. They didn't really want us to share much, but they seemed quite scared. And I think they thought that they would put you and the troop in danger, and they didn't want that, so they left.
You say that, and you see he kind of like stops in his tracks. Oh, a letter. He turns to you. You can see his expression is a bit more sour, less kind of tired, more alert, and a bit more weary. A letter. Was this letter one that can form back together again? Not magic, but magic.
I don't
don't-
know,
I don't know.
Where is this letter?
but maybe.
Thodane has it.
Okay, well, we'll find Thodane. And he begins to head off and march through the troop.
I know this is a very serious situation, but did he leave the door open to his caravan?
Oh
He
god.
closed it.
I want to look. I just want to look inside.
He did close
I need to
it.
know.
You know what? You can roll a perception check because you had the light on
No,
as you stepped
no,
through.
let's leave this poor guy alone. Leave him alone. Leave him in his room alone, for fuck's
Actually,
sake.
but no perception, we have nothing to worry about. 17.
Oh, God, you idiot.
17. Okay. For a moment, as the light glimmered through your kind of your cantrip, you could see through the side several shelves in the side of his caravan, and all you could see was kind of like dazzling gold. You just see like a bright gold color coming from those shelves. But then he kind of like interjected and kind of placed himself in the middle, so you weren't able to get a good look at it. But there was a lot of like bright gold colors there.
Is his room just filled with gold? What the fuck?
He continues and eventually marching through the troop. Thodane and Ven, the two of you see him kind of approaching your direction in a dressing gown, peach colours, pinkish, orangish colour. He's kind of like stomping through. You can see his demeanour's a bit sour. Thodane, I heard you received a letter on behalf of Sarah and Jacob.
Muted.
You're muted, mate.
How do people keep forgetting that?
What was that? It's a bit early for me.
Yeah, so you have to come down to my level a bit. It's a bit of a gap.
All right.
Sorry about that. Yeah, we didn't so much receive it on their behalf as they gave it to us as they left. Sorry about that. Yeah, so it's from somebody they used to know and are quite scared of. And the letter's weird.
Can I see this
As in-
letter?
Yeah, it ain't normal, and I hand it to him.
He grabs it from you with his massive, large hands. He begins to look at it, and you can see his expression just goes more sour. His cheeks just lower even further. Basically jowls at this point, and he looks at it and, yes, this is the same letter that they showed me once before. Not the same writing, but same enough. Same cursive. Same heartless words used. You can take it back for your investigation. I know of the situation, and they had informed me when they first arrived that if something were to come up, they may leave. I always fought against it. I thought it would be better for them to stay with us in numbers, but I can understand their sentiment. If they wish to leave, which they have, it's because they've thought about it. And I cannot change that opinion. None of us can. We just have to move on. But thank you for informing me, Thorn and Sienna. It is a shame, but life is a journey we all must take on by ourselves. It is lucky that they have each other. And he begins to leave.
Can I insight check all of that? Because
Sure, yeah.
I'm now in anyone could be the suspect.
Yeah, go for it.
It was the locks on with the camera.
Might as well just ask him what's in his room at this point. Why not just add that on the file?
13.
13.
His expression is serious and he holds no restraint. You can see that he probably knows more than he wants to tell you, mainly due to their privacy. So if you wish to inquire further, there's potentially more to gain, but that could be at risk of either exposing information that he does not want to normally share to people.
Right. As he's going, if it's all right, could at some point before we get to where we're going, could I just sit down and ask a few questions about this? Because I think it's connected to something I'm already looking into, and it might help you get your troop back together. Get more info.
He nods. We shall speak about this in the morning. Thodane, join me in my caravan, and we will speak about it.
What?
Yeah.
What?
No
What?
worries.
What? 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 What?
Oh my god! The
Oh my
moment
god, we're
of
gonna find out! We're gonna find out!
Quick question: have I been in there before?
No, you haven't. No one, hardly anyone
Biggest
has.
fucking breakthrough.
No
This is the biggest
one
breakthrough.
has
It's
been
already
in
session
there.
2. It's the biggest breakthrough we've ever had. Oh my
Biggest
god.
mystery.
I'm replaced with a lich, aren't I?
You will be in his lair, bear that in mind.
Where?
Lair actions will be active.
Layer actions, and he's about 7 times my size.
He's an elephant and you're a dwarf.
Yes.
It would be so funny if he just had like fancy tea sets, because then he would
Oh
literally be an
my God.
elephant.
Like, if this was a show, I could imagine it smash cutting to me going, "Oh, this will be fine," to me shooting him in the face and jumping out of a window.
Screaming at the top of your lungs.
Oh my god, I can't believe he's got all of this shit here. No.
And the audience never sees what's inside.
Okay. Okay.
As we're still standing there, Sienna's just gonna put a careful hand on Thorn's shoulder and go, maybe we should go to bed for tonight.
She's already walking off again. She's on a mission.
Apparently we're not going to bed. And Sienna
Oh,
follows.
she is.
I'm gonna go find Rory, that armadillo guy.
Sure. Roll
Wake up, everyone.
Thomas Wade!
I'd say with being with the troop for a day, you would know what caravan he's in. He's in one of the storage units. So one of the storage caravans that kind of carry around most of the stuff. One was emptied out for you and Sienna to stay in, and has since all of that stuff been placed in his. So you can see that there is one caravan which is slightly larger, mainly due to the fact that more additions have been added on, more kind of like swings and pulley systems just holding on to large bags. They just swing on the side as the caravan's going. You find it.
Thorn, love, don't you think it's a bit rushed to do this right now? We could sleep over it and then come back in the morning when he's also not, asleep.
She's not answering you.
On. Okay.
Whilst
Tried.
Thorn and Sienna are kind of heading off in that
Tried.
direction, Ven and Thodane, are you guys following, or you?
Yeah,
I think-
I have a feeling I need to play good cop.
Yeah.
I think Ven will leave to his caravan
Okay.
while they're doing that.
All right. So Ven heads off whilst the rest of you continue on this pursuit at midnight.
They're walking, I'm jogging, as is customary.
Yes, as is tradition.
And more like sprinting, because Thorn's speed walking.
I'd probably say Fennel would join you, Ven, for a little bit, and then head off into his caravan afterwards. Just kind of sharing
Gotcha.
some thoughts back and forth. But Thorn, you arrive at the caravan. You can see it's all closed. There's a small little light inside, but it's mainly through a keyhole in the side of the door of this caravan. There's no windows in this one. There's no kind of open airflows or anything like that. It just seems to be the main door at the back. And there is a small light that is beaming through the keyhole.
I will pound on the door.
You pound.
That's horrible manners.
You
That isn't me walking in there, okay?
pound on
I'll
the
say that
door.
out of character.
Eventually you hear, not from inside, but around the bend, a small statured figure, the Zenither, that is his race. You see Rory, kind of pop his head around the corner with this kind of armadillo-like face, with beady black eyes, and the rest of his scales being almost like a yellowish orange. And he looks towards you. Hello, yes, you want to get into storage? Do you need anything inside?
She marches up to him and takes the collar of his shirt and yanks him up.
Oh.
To where
Thorn, Thorn, put him down, Thorn, put
I
him
don't
down.
quite like this.
I'm
And
gonna
he goes
try and
into a
press her
ball.
arm down. So she...
I'm going to need you to roll
gonna try
a
and press her arm
dexterity saving throw, Thorn, as he turns into a ball as you hold him.
Okay.
Can I give a disadvantage by literally helping the guy?
Sure, yeah, you have disadvantage, Thorn.
Damn it.
Roll
That was
again.
such a good roll too, you bitch! Alright. Damn it.
15. That's
I'm
enough.
still good.
You're still kind
Yes!
of hold on to him. You see that he
I win.
basically bends over his carapace around his body, and your fingers jam into where they kind of lock together, and you just kind of hold it there, and then you pry him open. You just see his little face inside as he's kind of like staring towards you. I don't quite appreciate you grabbing me by the collar, I'll be honest.
The letters. The letters that were given to Thodane, Jacob, and Sarah. Where did you get them? How did you get them?
We receive packages all the
Don't
time.
lie to me.
I'm not lying to you. We receive packages all the time. We received it in Lindell whilst we were there.
Insight check.
Sure, go for it.
Okay.
Whenever we go from place to
Right.
place, sometimes they couriers, and if someone
Damn
is
it.
going in the direction of Trasvalar, be it packages or little letters, we take them with us. And just by coincidence, as I was going through the storage area, I saw letters directed to both Thaldane and Sarah and Jacob, so I delivered them last night.
Wait, what do you mean when you went through the storage?
Yes.
So someone put them in the storage.
Well, sometimes it's left open, sometimes there's some left behind, and I just happened to see it in Lindell whilst you were there. I'm sorry I didn't bring it earlier, but I was quite busy setting everything up and taking it all down, so I only had time as we were traveling to Trasvalar.
I drop him very rudely.
He begins to dig into the ground.
Sorry. She's going through some things.
Hey, look, we all have a bad day.
So, he wasn't in the storage chamber, but there's a light in there?
There is a light inside, yes.
I'm gonna open it.
Sure. You open the door, and you can see that there's a small little lantern by the side of a small hammock. But you see just hundreds and hundreds of like chests and large storage containers just stacked on top of each other. And there's just this tiny little nook where there is a small hammock where he seems to be resting, and a little book there by the side, a little fire just kind of going to keep the place nice and warm for him to just kind of sit there. As you kind of open and look around, I was about to head off to sleep, so I just like to do a little bit of stretching and digging before I go and rest for the evening.
From a glance, is there anything I can just see that's maybe off or
Sure, you
different
can
or
roll
not
a investigation check.
What is he reading?
Roll a
Book
perception
cold.
check.
Oh! Well.
You,
Oh my
Senna,
god, it's Thodane's note!
you begin to look over and kind of like peek, and he just says, "Excuse me, are you trying to look into my personal belongings?
No, sorry. I like reading.
You like reading?
I like reading, and I wanted to know what
Do you also
reading.
like stealing books? You look like you steal books.
No.
Oh my god.
Stay away from my books.
genuinely hurt by that. I would never steal a book. That's horrible. I would never do that to someone.
I do not trust you.
Rory, I can vouch for them. They're not bad people. They're just very awkward.
How
Oh.
rude. I am a bad person.
Does Thorn say this?
No, I
Oh.
don't say that. I don't.
With your,
I say that. Thorn does not.
with your investigation check, Thorn, you see that this entire place is just been recently filled in with packages. This has been changed through and all placed here most recently. Some of it is relating to what Rory said, where they take packages and they seem to have names for different people on them. You can see there's one package that seems to be addressed to an individual referred to as Corthek Brighthearth, but you don't know who that is. But you also see that there is other kind of large packages inside this abode as well. But again, more recently, so this was done within the last 12 hours, 10 hours or so. Literally before you began your journey, it seems.
I don't know why, but something compels me to steal that letter to Corthek Brightheart. I don't know why. Okay. She'll just sigh very angrily and she'll walk out and just try to control her breathing, really. Because she's mad and she's stressed. So she's just trying to calm herself down.
You just begin to zen out a little bit as you leave, leaving the rest of your party there again. Just walking off every so often.
Yep. They're gonna have to keep me on a leash. Like a child's leash.
Cardio today.
I know how you feel, Thordain. It is very difficult to be walking around everywhere without little feet. That's why I try to roll.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, a bit envious of that. Normally, I hang around with people, our size, but like Ven's two of them anyway. So it's shudder to think how much ground they cover when they sprint.
I know. It is
If you ever want to be faster, I could carry you.
Now, see this again. I do not trust her. She's saying these things, but
that is actually deeply offensive.
I don't like that.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's not good. Be better.
Rude lady.
Right. No, I don't care. Yeah. I noticed that it's too late in the day for me to be making any positive impressions. So I'll be going to bed. Have a good night's sleep. Sorry for all of that. And she's going to leave.
You leave, and Rory goes to his little bed, and he makes sure the book's there. He puts it back down.
I would never.
Apparently, you come off as very distrusting.
As
Hello?
you're kind of left there with him, Thordain, for a moment, he does kind of look at you. I'm the one that usually puts these packages in every so often. Sometimes one of the other members of the Martets, they tend to do so as well. But I will say those packages I hadn't put in myself, so I wouldn't be able to say anything about them already.
Honestly, Rory,
That's what I was kind of asking.
Oh, you did say that. We know that.
I know.
Asking, demanding, there is a very big difference between the two. Well, yeah, Rory, that honestly checks out. The letter that I got and the other two got, look, I won't give you too many details, but it spooked them. They've left for now. I'm now looking into it. So, if there's nothing else you remember, did you see anyone hanging around before you noticed the packages?
You see he begins to kind of think back. No, there was a lot going on. I can't remember everything. And what happened with Mork and Chrome, I don't really... everything was so...
Might be able to answer all of this in one. Did you see those two idiots near the storage at all?
No, they are banned.
That day? Yeah, I don't think that would stop them, so...
Well...
I have to ask again. Did you see them or a sign of them?
I did not see them, no. For the last 10 years, they have not been allowed to be anywhere near the storage area because they tend to steal things and wear them during the performance as little gifts and odes to people. For example, there was this one time where there was a dress left inside, a wedding dress that was addressed to the place where we were going to, and they thought it would be funny to wear it during the performance when they knew that they were going to be present. So that pretty much spoiled their evening. So that's why they are no longer allowed in the storage area.
That makes a whole lot of sense. I'd ask why you keep them around, to be honest, but I think unleashing them would be a worse thing to do. You know, just on random people.
Well,
There's really no. It's a lose-lose with those, isn't it, with them?
although we are not related by blood, we are like a family. So, and unfortunately, you cannot choose your family. You have them. They are there.
Yeah.
You have to make do with what you have. So, even though I fucking hate them,
You do.
I have to
not
live with them.
Yeah, you don't have to tell me about that, mate. Believe me, I know.
You have siblings?
Just the one.
I have 10.
Yeah, the
Eh?
oh, Jesus. Wait, that's not a thing. Wait, I got it.
The mythological
Bollocks,
figure,
man,
yes.
That's a lot. I will curse with the gods you gave me.
Use Moradin. Moradin is always good.
Nah.
He deserves some cursing.
I mean, I've got one that I'm saving for something particularly bad. But yeah. Anyway. Yeah, no, I had enough trouble with the one. 10.
Yes, well,
Is it 10 including you or 10 not including you?
10 not including me. There are 10. I have 7 sisters and 3 brothers. There were 20, but some of them died. We Zenithers, we live in the Underdark, so a lot of them don't tend to make it between the ages of 9 and 12. It is when 13 is when we get our hide and carapace, so we can actually escape threats and defend ourselves. Until that point, it is quite 50-50 with who will make it out. So I'm one of the lucky ones. I made it out. But yes, 10 of my brethren, they did die. So this is quite a tragedy. But this is normal for our race.
Oh my god.
Yeah, can I insight check how upset? Because he seems rather blasé.
Sure, you can roll a
Yeah.
check.
What kind of dad lord did he just drop? This is like something like, yeah, you know, good times. My family's entire, like, you know, they're dead. It's like, what? Where did this come from?
My family's been ravaged by nature.
Also, don't be reborn as that race. Not a good idea.
Yeah,
You don't want to be
never.
born as that.
Uh-uh.
No.
17. So yeah, he seems to be. There's a bit of emotion in his voice, but it's nature. So he doesn't seem to really focus on it too much. It seems to be a part of their culture, at least, to kind of live on and forget about what happened because it's just an ordinary thing. Yes, a true tragedy, but 11 of us are still alive, so that's all good.
You keep looking on the bright side, man.
Oh yes, I don't know where they are though, but I know they exist. So they might still be dead as well. So the number might be higher.
I'd say stop digging, but that's kind
my
of your
thing.
whole deal, isn't
Yes,
it?
that's right.
Yeah.
I quite like that one. That is good. I will. I dig that. Get it? Get it?
Do I take psychic damage?
Self-inflicted psychic damage. That is a possibility.
We've entered the pun section of this session today. Sorry, folks.
Well, don't worry. We can roll past this. We can. If you
We can
need
roll
anything
past
else,
this.
if I think of anything else that has happened, if I remember anything, I will be sure to inform you, Thodain. But until then, I would like to get some sleep because I am quite tired.
Yeah, no, you get some rest, and don't worry if you don't remember anything. It was a long shot anyway. Anyway, good night, Rory.
Good night, Thodain. He gives you a little thumbs up. And he hops inside. All of you begin to go about your business. We're going to focus on Ven for a second. Ven, you head back to your caravan. nice and lavish one. It was about average, nothing storage container wise. It had at least a setup for a bed and some at least accommodation for you to come into. You head towards the door and you can see that there is no light on in the interior. It is dark, you've left it like that. But you head through the door and you can see only one thing kind of sat laying across your bed that you have. White beady eyes, slight shadowy effect around them. You see they're kind of leaning against their hand like this, just leaning against the bed, looking towards you.
Ben's gonna fully step in and close the doors behind them. Can we go into private chat about this, Max?
Okay. How would this work for the stream?
That's a good question, because I think we can go into the RVC and everyone won't be able to hear it. But people on stream will still be able to see everyone's character.
What I'm gonna ask is for everyone to mute and deafen themselves as we go into this.
What?
We can't talk to each other. Okay.
We can text each other. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, it will just stare at you guys talking to each other. It's gonna be fun.
So we'll send you a message when it's ready to come back.
Okay.
God forbid we have access to the stream.
Hey,
Hey, look, we trust you.
no.
Okay, testing.
Are we doing it or are we not doing it?
Do it. Mute and deafen.
Hold on. Okay.
Okay, I think they're all muted deafened.
They are, yes. So you can see the figure is here. Currently, Melody is laying across the bed, looking towards you. As soon as you close the door and kind of begin to lock it, you hear as the shadowy figure presses itself behind you and looks down. What's wrong, my love? Something on your mind?
A lot of things.
Pray tell.
Well, how about we go chronologically? What is going on with you two?
What do you mean, you two? You always refer to two people. It is only ever I that you ever talk to. Please.
Alright, what is going on with you then? Because always you have told me to not trust others. Now all of a sudden, you want me to stay with this group.
Did you ever hear of the cat and curiosity?
Sure. Curiosity killed the cat.
That's right. But the story that I know is that the cat is undying and can never actually die. So curiosity just keeps hitting the cat over and over again, like a mallet against the head. But the cat still perseveres and listens and watches and learns, whilst everyone thinks them as a discarded piece of meat. We have an opportunity here, then. There's a lot that can be gained from these people. We've seen the little bits that have already sown themselves into reality. There is a uniqueness to what all of these people offer. This circus is already strange, but I think the real circus act is with these 4 individuals.
They seem like they surely have a particular set of troubles they bring with them.
And don't you want to know what that trouble is?
Don't we already have enough on our backs?
But if we help them, then they can help us. We aren't going to be able to do this together. You aren't, and I mean this with all the greatest respect, strong enough. You aren't. Just won't happen. Takes time. But these people can teach us, teach you. And when you become more powerful, so do I. And you see as they say this in this more slender, feminine form. The word I turns into something more gravity and heavy-like, where the form becomes more wide-shouldered and larger in scale and looks down towards you. With power, we can do so much, then. We can reap the rewards of the people that have wronged us. Wronged you. This
What
is a
about the
unique
detective?
situation.
You think he won't be able to see you at one point?
You see the shadow figure look away for a moment. If this celestial-blooded Celestia can see me, then that might mean that others can as well.
You got pretty aggravated by that.
I did, didn't I? Because it's an impossibility. It's not something that I realized was even possible. There are many things that I know and I can help with, but some things are even beyond me. For now, at least.
So you suggested I stay with them for the sake of my own benefits or our own benefits?
My intentions are never to guide you forward. I propose ideas. Your journey is your own, then. I only merely propose what is around you. Open your eyes to what is real. These people, as demented of a mind that some of them possess, can hold a benefit if guided by our hands.
I see. Well, seems like we're gonna be dealing with two self-absorbed psychos if we do join them.
What's one more, right? This world is filled with them. And as we know,
It is.
insanity isn't the end of all. We're all a little bit insane.
But people like them should be wiped.
In due course. In due course. But play the game. Play your hand. Keep the cards close to your chest. And if you wish to share it knowing that the info might be used against you. As much as we must trust these people, some will not look kindly to how we perceive things.
That is true. Slowly then, step by step.
We have a goal in mind. I promise to help you, and we will reach that goal, one way or another.
And for that I do thank you. I will just take some adjusting to new people, I guess.
And if you ever need me, I will be here. But I leave it in your very capable hands then. For with time, I can see you doing great things.
With your help, of course.
The form shifts down to the smaller feminine one. Of course, with my help. Tick-tock, tick-tock. With that final
Did something
word,
change?
you see they disappear and are no longer present. And although they are not physically present, answering your question, you hear in your head, the world is always changing then. You know this and so do I.
He kind of stands there for a second in the darkness. processing what has been said to him and kind of weighing his options. And he eventually lays down on his bed, not sleeping yet, just waiting to see if anyone will come up to his caravan at any point, but eventually will go to sleep if nobody comes up.
Okay. We'll bring the others in now, so I'll just send them a message. Come back! Come back!
Come back!
Come back!
Finally. Jesus Christ.
It wasn't that long.
Oh, my ADHD was fucking killing me. I was so bored.
Meanwhile, the others are still zoned out. Look at
Hold on.
Leonie.
Guys!
I got him.
Spam.
Come back! Come back! Hold on,
Come
we gotta
back, guys.
Come back to us.
Come on.
Jack, come back.
Jack, come back to us.
Jack
Hey,
is here!
Jack.
He's back.
I didn't get a pop up on the message.
No worries, mate. Okay,
Change the settings.
so night begins to take place. You all begin to head back to your rooms. Is there anything that you want to do now before you rest?
I do want to talk about
Okay,
Okay.
sure.
So
Yes, as soon as we're in private in our caravan, Sienna's just looking Thorn up and down and giving it a praising look. Are you okay? That seemed to stress you a bit. Do you want to talk about it, maybe?
She doesn't say anything, but she just sits next to Sienna, takes Sienna's hand and just puts it on her head and just takes a deep breath and immediately relaxes.
Yeah, Sienna's just softly carding her fingers through the Thorn's short hair and just patting her a bit. Do you maybe want a hug? You think that would help? I pull her into my side, just doing a side hug.
She's just
Still patting her head.
she's just quiet, trying to calm down and take everything in. I will ask though, like throughout our whole throughout Thorn's whole like parading around, did she sense any eyes on her? Or through that whole thing where Gildana was watching, did she notice that at all? Or
no, unfortunately, you wouldn't have noticed. You were too focused in the moment. You had drive, you had ambition, you knew where you were going. That kind of general perception and awareness to you just wasn't there at that time. So you looking back at it now, you're not necessarily panicking, but starting to realize that, I was a bit more vocal. I was being a bit more brash. Perhaps someone saw that, heard me, and you don't know. You just have no.
Great. Okay. After a bit of Thorn and Sienna just sitting there in silence, she'll just say, I think you should go to bed. It's been a long day.
Are you not joining? You need your
Okay.
sleep, you know that.
I'll be here. Don't worry about me.
Alright, I'll go to sleep, but please, at least try and, rest a bit. Won't help you if you stay up the entire night.
I'll try.
Okay. Then have a good night.
Night.
And just know, if you ever want to talk about any of this, I'm right here.
Okay.
Yeah, Sienna gets ready and then heads to sleep. Every now and again sending a glance at Thor and being like, are you resting? But he's not going to say anything more.
Yeah.
Thorn is definitely gonna, like, either sit or lay by Sienna throughout the night, but she does not go to sleep. She has her eyes locked on the door, and she is alert throughout the entire night. She does not sleep.
You just stare at the doors, and the doors are very similar to Rory's. It's a storage area, so most of it's just been cleared out with the small couple of beds, and you just see that kind of no lights around you. Just the only bit that you can see is the keyhole through the middle, and you're just kind of staring at that and focusing on it, and just hoping that the handle doesn't move. But your eyes are trained on it. Thodane, are you heading off to rest for the evening?
Yeah, before I do that, I'm going to pull out the stone, and it's 150-word message per day, resetting at dawn, correct?
It resets at dawn, yes. As you kind of get to your cabin and begin to think about what you do next, you do see the stone by your side glow, and a message begins to come through it.
Oh, Thudane, I hear that you have received my little message. This is brilliant for the both of us, both fountains of knowledge. I can help you as much as you can help me. Think of me as a pen pal. All the love.
And you hear this message.
I'd like to add, the moment you were 2 words in, I added to my notes, massive prick on the other end.
What the fuck was that? What
That
the
was
fuck
not what
was
I
that?
expected.
Me neither. What?
Now I'm
Okay,
doubting
so
that
in-
same person. Now it doesn't
Nah.
fit anymore. That voice does not fit with what I expect. I'm so confused.
No, the voice fits when you keep based on my previous investigation check. This person forced
Is it?
themselves to write.
Yeah.
Yeah, the person has learnt to come across as sinister and up across.
Wait, okay.
What wasn't
Well,
originally.
for which note was that check? Was that for the one you received or the one
That's
that's
the handwritten.
the
That's
Gemini?
the handwritten one. So
Yeah,
If
but
they
it doesn't
sound
mean
like
they're
this,
fucking
right like
crazy.
you guys aren't here. Out of my head, foul beast.
We're subconscious. We're subconscious today.
That years ago. Okay, so Max,
Yes.
long shot. Have I ever heard that voice before?
Roll a history check.
Oh
Come
lord.
on.
Oh, if you roll a 20, I'm gonna.
Yes!
Oh my
Yes!
god!
Yes!
You jinxed
Yes!
it!
Yes!
Oh!
Yes! I was hoping
Why are you breathing for it?
That's
not
so
good.
funny! That's so
Bad.
hilarious!
Cassie, for that alone,
I don't care!
for taking America back, you've squandered all your chances. Like,
I don't care! That's fucking hilarious!
Okay. What do you want me to say, dude? It's a natural one.
yeah, I don't know. I like my ears were ringing the moment he started speaking. That's something else.
Oh my god!
Okay.
That's perfect.
I think right. By the way, Max, I had something dead on 50 words typed up, and then you had him send a message first.
Sorry, mate.
So well played, sir. Okay. Fuck. Hold the stone. You can tone it down, mate. I've already lost count. Fuck. That wasn't Fodane. But you can tone it down, mate. You can also give me a name. That'd be much appreciated. And let me know how you found me. Yeah, not have anything to do with what I was looking into before I joined this group. I'll be in touch.
Okay. As you begin to speak the words, you see your stone begin to illuminate as well, and the words kind of enter the stone, and again, there's that face on the stone itself, And the more you're kind of repeating these words and looking at the stone with a bit more kind of curiosity, you finish the sentence, and you finally now notice that this stone is a stone carving of your face without the beard.
Well, how would I know that? I was born with the beard. Molded.
Fuck off.
Fuck's sake!
I didn't see my
I
jawline
am the
until I
beard.
was already a man.
I was a beard before I was a dwarf.
When I was born, it was
The
just
way
a
of
beard.
things.
It's just
It
hair.
was just a beard.
Just a
Cousin
clump
it,
of
the
hair.
fucking Adams family over here.
Look, dwarves aren't birthed. We grow from facial hair planted in the ground.
Oh,
That's
You're born out of the beard of other dwarves.
You're like the Lorax.
Oh my god.
yes, dwarves are mole rats confirmed.
Jesus
Uh,
Christ.
No!
Okay, so
about
I'm
no?
just gonna marvel at... you know what? Because Fodain literally has not shaved I'm gonna say at
Forever.
this point probably over half his life.
Since he was 2.
Oh yeah,
Since he
sounds
started
like...
growing facial hair, he's not shaved. What's his jawline like? Fodain wants to admire that. Just like, yeah, I've not really seen it like this.
You know what? It's very chiseled. He's quite a handsome fellow.
Oh, okay.
No, what he's telling you, get rid of the beard. You'd look better.
No, I already...
That's what's the next level of passive
Tell it
aggressiveness.
what's dwarf. What is wrong with you?
If I get rid of the beard, consider I'm already bald, I just look like a giant fucking baby.
Wait, is Sinead also bald? Does Sinead also only have
No.
a beard?
Fodain
No?
has
Okay,
hair
okay.
because I'm still in denial.
See, that's the thing. Could lose the beard.
The two things you can't tell a dwarf: destroy a rock and shave their
Dwarves,
beard.
I'll have you know, dwarves love destroying rocks. They live for that shit.
We
Not
don't
precious
like destroying
ones.
precious. We don't like destroying, gems. And also, my favourite dwarf in all of fiction has no beard, so you're wrong about that, I'm guessing.
Ooh.
Okay,
Anyway, I feel
In
like
Snow White, what the fuck is his name?
Dopey.
Eric from Dragon Age.
Utopia.
true though. Several of the dwarves in Snow White don't have
Good
beards.
assumption.
Yeah,
What,
you know what?
Dopey?
Dopey is my spirit.
Dopey
animal.
from Snow White.
Anyway, let's get back on track.
Oh my god.
Fodain the dopey detective. Great.
Yes.
Yeah, you know what? All the redlining, it's purple now. I'm just dopey.
Poor Robbie.
I'm not doing that.
Please don't.
She's so funny.
So Fodain, what do you do then? Do you head off to rest or?
Yeah, I get into my rock and go to sleep. No, yeah.
Your geode bed.
I'm gonna add the letters to my folder, and I'm gonna have them. I'm gonna keep them separate. I'm gonna put them in existing bits of other files.
Yeah.
Try and keep them hidden.
Can you roll? This is either going to be a perception or history check.
Oh,
What am I better at?
what is he perceiving? History.
22.
Oh.
You kind of putting your papers away and reminiscing on the chiseled jawline that you used to have. You also realise that in this depiction of you, it seems to be a younger version of you when you did not have your beard. So this isn't a version of you currently without your beard. This is one of you younger. And you're guessing
Oh,
maybe
fuck.
10 years ago? Maybe a bit longer? You're not sure.
That's not good.
That's interesting.
That's
get
not
to
good at
break out.
all.
Well, by Bane's heaving bollocks, that ain't good.
What the fuck did you just say?
O's?
I'm gonna curse with using the gods he gave me.
I know.
And Bane's definitely the one when shit's bad.
Shit in hell. I can't wait.
Yeah, that's not a good sign. But I'm gonna sleep on it.
Okay.
Swear to fucking God, sis, if you got me into some bad shit, and that's... I'm gonna go to bed after that.
All right. Everyone heads off to bed.
Man,
Everyone rests.
It's almost like somebody told you that this was bad. Oh my god, I can't even fathom. Who would have told you something like that?
My
God.
job is literally finding bad shit and poking it.
Yeah, but listen, I
Poking it with a
warned you.
stick.
I fucking
Technically,
outraged
all of
the
our job
gun.
is finding bad shit. Adventurers.
That's it.
Technically, we all do that.
During this time where you each find attempt to sleep, Thorn, you rest there with your eyes kind of slightly lolling every so often as you're just focusing on the door. I'd like you to roll an intelligence saving throw for me.
Not again. Alright. Intelligence saving throw. How wrong can this go? Number 1.
Don't say that!
13.
I'll probably fail.
You find moments where your eyes lull, and for a moment, you can see the kind of edges of where the door is. There are bars, like reinforced bars, that kind of go across. Every so often, your eyes lull, and you almost see a cage of sorts that you're in. You can see like metallic bars rising upwards, and you just kind of like lull out of that. You look to your sides, and you can almost hear whispers in the side of your ear. You can hear friendly voices. You hear one which is of a young girl, it sounds. Curious, they may be. Oh, is everything all right? I'm having a bit of a trouble. Could you help me with... I don't know what style to wear today. Should I wear this or should I wear that? And you just hear that voice to the right of you. Meanwhile, to your left, you hear a much more kind of manly voice, just kind of shouting outwards as it hears. You will not touch a hair on her head. You hear me, Siren? That is it! You just hear that voice just bellow out through the left of you. The voices just come back and forth every so often. But your eyes lull, and you're just kind of going in and out of this fugue state as your mind is warped by things you've seen and things that you're going through, reminiscing of the past. You feel pinches every so often in your arms. You feel like a slice, a cut, and you shift your movement to try and pull away. But I'd say at one point there is a calmness that overtakes you. There is a smell of flowers, soft as they are, like spring is coming into fruition, and all of the flowers are beginning to bloom, and soft smells, floral scents, calmly leave you to sleep without any hesitation. And you find yourself waking up, the key hole illuminating a soft warm light from the sun as you hear the whips on the horses and the different beasts of burden begin to continue on the journey forward as morning arises and all of you now wake up. So, the journey continues towards Trasvilar. There is no immediate things that happen in the morning. You hear that the entire troop has been informed of Gemini's leave. There's discussion back and forth, whispers about how it happened, what's gone on. But it seems adamant that Dargar's trying to just move on with the situation and just has given a base understanding to everyone. Although theorizing just continues and continues. For Thodane, you know in the morning to meet up with Dargar.
Yeah, I make sure the gun's fully loaded because I don't know what's in there.
Yes.
Oh, okay, never mind. We lost Leonie for a second.
She's here. Don't
Okay.
worry. She's here.
Okay.
He's
Hello,
always there.
back. Good to see you again. So, Thodane.
Right.
You begin to head over towards Dargar?
Yep.
Okay.
I'll, give his door a wrap.
It's all moving at the moment. There is a little bit of a pedestal that hangs out for you to stand on, like a small porch, as the door is there present with some stairs leading up. You give it a knock on the side. You hear the door open. Please come in. I'm expecting you, Thodane.
Yeah, I'll open the door. Yeah, thanks for agreeing to have a little talk about all this.
You head in to his kind of abode, and he kind of closes the door behind you. Please take a seat. And he gestures over, and you can see this gilded, golden, large throne next to a golden layered table made out of pure gold. There seems to be a golden tea set which has been placed on top, and you can see there is a brownish liquid inside of it, like a tea set, filled with tea brewed already. And you can see that this entire room, as you begin to look around its entirety, is almost completely covered in gold. You can see that the walls themselves are almost made out of gold, if not gold lining. You can see that there are even small, almost collectible figures that seem to be just addressed against these long columns and long shelves. And you can see they're different animals, all painted and kind of created with a golden sheen in them. Handmade and very intricate. Hundreds of thousands of them. And think of them as almost like chibi figures of animals. Tiny, slightly kind of over-proportioned heads and bodies, slight kind of odd, unorthodox designs, but all of them are just kind of like dressed around. He gestures over to the large throne, which has as well gem-encrusted, almost like rubies and emeralds in the side of it. Very lavish and very expensive upon kind of first glance. And he just kind of looks down. Don't worry about all of the knickknacks that I have. Just take a seat.
Yeah, will do. 2 questions. One, considering the kind of people I generally work for in Leyrons, is this feels like it's tacky, and I'd know if it was tacky. Like,
are you asking him or are you asking me?
I'm asking you, like, when I glance around the room, is this someone trying to
Roll an
put on a big
investigation
deal,
check.
or is this, yeah. The second one is, can I call the little figures of animals Funko Rocks?
Mm-hmm. You can indeed. 27.
27.
You give a good eye across everything, and all of this gold is real. The solid chair is made completely out of gold. He has one of the larger beasts of burden carrying his caravan, and it seems to be for a reason. A lot of the stuff here, where there would normally be wood or stone or bits of metal, has all been changed for gold. And it's quite bright in here as well. He has small little blue flames that just kind of illuminate from bits of candle around. And even the candles themselves are golden. They seem to just be everlasting flames that just hold the candle there. And yeah, you look around. This chair alone, the throne, looks to be maybe 5,000 gold pieces worth easily. Everything else is like top of the range.
I could build a studio out of that for Fode, considering it fits him. That's something else.
This is why I don't like having many people inside my caravan, because it changes their perception of me. But don't think of it as changing who I am. I just have a very eclectic taste.
Yeah, would be the first time I've come across a room like this. I will say you've got a nice collection going, though.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It is handmade. Celista does them for me. She is quite the art at it.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Artisan, then. Yeah, no, it's actually elevates it a good little bit there.
It does, yes. Otherwise, it would look a lot tacky. I agree.
If you're getting this from the maker itself, then good on you. A lot of people just go for a wizard did it bullshit. Anyway, that's all sidetracking. So, look, I wanted to speak to you because it looked like this isn't the first time they received a letter that was putting itself back
Correct.
together. Forgive the rhyme.
Please do not rhyme in my presence. This is a very serious matter, Thordane.
Yeah, look, it's a bad habit. I, took a minor course in, the bardic arts. Not something I'm proud of.
Very well.
But
You see, he kind of looks down very awkwardly.
yeah, it's still looking me in the eye then.
Yes, yes. Well, anyway, this letter, what I know. What I can tell you is that this troop was formed before my time. I came to this place through an individual known as Martet. They had created this circus, this moving circus, and this was in Tunthir at the time, just outside of Hellspike Mountains. It is a desolate area, but this is where I found the circus. It was only Martet and a handful of others, nothing too special or grandiose. It was a place built to entertain. It wasn't a place to really call home. But for some reason, I fell in love with it, and I decided to join, because I had nothing else to do. My family had thrown me out, my clan had left me on the wayside, and I had to find my own way in the world. So I had a mission when I joined this circus, to bring it up, to make it a place that I deemed worthy for others, that felt very similar to myself, outcasts. As time went on, Martet grew ill. Age and the circus are not a kind thing for people of his stature. He only lasted a few more years after I joined. And after then, I took over reins. I led the circus, and put an emphasis on finding unique people who needed a family, that needed camaraderie. As time went on, I found Solista. I found many others that joined, but none like Sarah and Jacob. Sarah and Jacob were both running away from something. They were always on the run. I found them at a very young age. I was surprised when I found them in Leyrant that they were so anemic and left to the wayside. I didn't even recognize them as people. They seemed almost like feral animals. But I saw a glimmer of hope inside them, something that I could help, bring a spark of life to, as the circus does for so many. I offered them to join, and then that's when I heard their story. Jacob had consoled me and informed me of what happened to them. I understand that the world is filled with malicious people, people who try to take advantage of others. There is always a social ladder that people try to climb, but this wasn't that. This was something with ill intent. Experiments, pushing the boundaries of what the body can do. And they were forced into many difficult situations. One name they spoke about. The organizer, the hand in all of this. Siren. I don't know any more. I've looked into it. I could not find information on this individual. Perhaps this is just a pen name, something they used during this time of experimenting. But from what I understood, he has quite a large force, a large backing of similar minds, affecting not just them, but many others. I had sworn to secrecy to not inform anyone of this situation because they feared that more people knowing would either put them in danger or this newfound family that I had brought them into. I kept this secret with me until this day. And I share this with you now, Thodane, because I see there is a glimmer of potential. You have the drive and ambition to find something that cannot be found. I've spent the better part of 20 years looking into this situation. Whenever I travel to a new town, new city, settlement, I always try and find more information, but I alone could never find it. This mysterious figure, a boogeyman, left to history and legends and myths. I thought their mind was riddled, and perhaps this was just an apparition that had affected them, a demon of some sort. But trusted allies had informed me that this was incorrect, that what they saw and what they perceive was real, and this was a heinous person that had committed these atrocities. This person is still out there, Thordane, clearly with this message that they have sent. And they are powerful. If both Jacob and Sarah say and are truthful, which I believe them 100%, this is no easy feat. This siren is dangerous, to put it lightly. I would be careful with who you share this information with, because we have no idea what affiliations this person has. We do not know the power which they possess, or the influence that they carry. I have never heard, seen, or encountered any more of these experimentations. I've only ever heard whispers of other mages and scientific minds delving into this experimenting. But nothing to this level. And Sarah and Jacob are the only example of it. And with them gone, we have not much more to gather. There is only what we find ourselves. And we hope that they find what they are looking for. Because what they've gone through, they deserve peace.
Thank you for sharing. That's not an easy story to hear, let alone tell, so I appreciate you taking the time to do that for me. There's a couple of questions to follow up on all of that. This one's a long shot, so don't worry if you don't have an answer. Did he ever describe his voice?
They did not. They said that he hardly ever spoke to them. They had only ever seen this figure through shadows and through a silhouette alone. But I can try and paint an image if you wish. I've seen the memory myself. I've seen what they went through. The experimentations, the incisions. A strange thing that I will point out is that there were no... I've collected many stories over my years. I've lived a long life, be it lucky or not. And I've heard tales of these experimentations before. They stop people from getting away from places that they should never leave. Kids running from school, trying to find themselves in the big world and become adventurers. An illusion for most, never really captured. And thus, stories of snatching away in the dark, taken by these people that dwell in the shadows. But most of these stories revolve around magic and practical elements that seem mundane, but have a larger effect on things. What I saw through their eyes was something I had never seen before, and I could not even describe to you. Methods that did not make sense. Nothing was rudimentary. It is just like this paper. This parchment is not something I've ever come across. To meld and form and reshape itself as how it was intended is not something that There's no magic. Everything has magic. This has nothing. You and I, we have a spark inside of us that tethers us to the weave of arcana that surrounds this world. Divinity, holy, blood, arcane, primal magics flow through all of us. They are larger in some and smaller in others, but we all have that spark. This paper does not. This gold throne does. These gold animals do as well. They're all tethered, and they all have an energy. This and what they do not.
That gave me an idea. First of all, Max, would Fodane be familiar with the spell Anti-Magic Field?
I'd say you probably heard rumors of it, yeah.
Okay. So, specifically the part I'm looking here for is field.
Mm-hmm.
As in, that's an area where it is being rendered devoid of magic.
Mm-hmm.
This paper has no magic, but it's not affecting anything around it, right?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to go to...
Think of it this way. If you were to use, like, thermo binoculars, and you see everything has heat and at least a colour to it, where it's cold and warm, this is just grey. This has nothing. It is not impacted by a handprint. There is no effect on it at all. It is just a material that seems almost impossible.
So this might not work. What I'm about to ask. When we were making the character, said that I can use Identify to scan a crime scene.
Yeah.
I would like to use Identify on this paper.
Okay. You begin the rituals and your eye glances over it, and the material itself comes up with a hollowness inside of you. There is no information that you can gather from this paper because this paper is alien.
Like, literally?
Like, does it feel like it's...
You
Does it
gotta
feel like
ask.
just an absence, or as if it is like a whole magic falls into?
Is it actual paper?
It feels like, as you're kind of like trying to gather more information, it seems that it is not tethered to your understanding of how magic and how items work. Everything has a connection that you can almost connect things to. This doesn't seem to hold any of that. No memories in this paper. It doesn't seem to even understand itself when you're trying to analyze it, because your eyes, the method that you're using, just isn't compatible.
Well, that's downright unsettling. I was pretty sure something like that would happen, but it's worth a check. I said this last night and I was kind of joking, but this paper ain't right. Right, I'm gonna put that aside for now. I had one other question for you. And that did either of them ever receive a letter like this before?
They had shown me the original letter that they had received when they arrived. They'd been on the run for a while, and they showed me the letter that they received when they had left. It was almost a parting gift of sorts. I can't remember specifics. I don't have it on me. I believe they still have it with them. Or they discarded it. I left it in their own hands. But from what I can remember, it was a letter saying, "You will be missed."
Well, that won't give me much, but I'm starting to get an idea for this guy. It's not a pleasant one, I'll tell you that much. Right, well, thank you for your time. And I'm going to do my best to get some answers for this.
And you have my resources. I will try and help you as best as I can, Thordane. But I also have a quota to meet with this circus. We have planned to visit different areas, and I cannot deviate, unfortunately.
No, I understand. And well, I received a letter the same night as well. And well, part of this is wishful thinking. A part of me thinks that they might be connected. It's not a guarantee at this point, but if they are, something I'm already looking into, might be part of this. And I've got favours I can cash in if they are. So, your help will be appreciated. But
I will
I'll try
help
and
you,
keep it
Thordane, and
so that
their safety means a lot to me. And I trust you. And I know that you need resources by your side. You need to help get to these places. My name carries some weight around. If you use my name when you're looking for information, I have influence with some nobles. For example, we are heading to Trasvalar, and there we will have Corthac Brighthearth, Sovereign Flintwook, as well as many other political figures there present. These people come because they know me, and I help them. I entertain the masses, but I also make sure that everyone is taken care of. Times are tough, and everyone needs a smile on their face. Use my name if you need something. Now, I can't make any guarantees that it will carry. In some places I have pissed off many people. However, you can use it. You have my blessing. And also, because I will be honest, you all look quite light in your pockets. I will go and get some coin for you.
they normally I'd turn that down, but at this point, consider my service is yours for resolving the issue with Gemini. And as for your name, I'll use it where I need it, but I'll promise not to abuse it.
We said no rhyming, Thordane. Please, this is serious matter.
Look, I can't help it. I'm very whimsical, despite the general demeanour.
He reaches down in one of the side cupboards, gilded cupboard of gold, and he pulls out a sack that he's had there for a while. A bit of dust over it. He slams it on the table. Bit of dust just puffs out over it. I have no use for gold. I'll be honest. Gold pieces, don't really care for them. So you can take these.
I mean, I wouldn't say no. You could probably get a nice little side table, for a picture or something.
Yes, but all of these, except for the small little items that Celestia has kindly made me, are all collected. These are all favours that I've done and I've been given in return. The throne that you sit upon was stolen, but I had gathered it in good faith, so...
Oh, it's damn comfy, I'll tell you that
It is,
much.
yes. It's hard to find a good chair nowadays.
I imagine that we've got the opposite issue for the same reason, in that most of them are built for people who fall between us height-wise.
I won't disagree. You are quite small in stature.
Yeah, well, it just means that all the good parts are condensed.
Right. Well, please divide this gold up amongst your allies that you are taking on this journey, because in the end of the day, I expect all of you to help each other out. You seem quite close, although you've only met each other for a day.
Well, seem alright from the little I've gotten to know him. Admittedly, Finnell's a bit odd. I'm not gonna name names. That this is really their tales to tell, but some of them are already invested. So, a common goal is sometimes a good way to get to know a person.
He nods. I agree with that statement. So please, take this 1,000 gold pieces and divvy them up amongst you. Quickly, before I change my mind, because it's a lot of gold.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
For Daddy.
This guy just has 1,000 gold pieces lying around.
Yeah, he doesn't
What
use.
the fuck?
He's got a throne made of gold. Fucking course he does.
Okay, so when we leave the circus behind, who is in favor of putting a horse in front of this specific caravan and just woo?
This comes from the character that a minute ago said, "I don't steal."
Yeah, no. This is not coming from the character. This is coming from Leonie.
I do.
Don't make me
This
arrest.
is coming from me.
Don't
I
make me have to
feel-
arrest the party. For the love of God, I don't want to have to arrest the entire party.
Come on, that is
We
so
have a
much
joke.
money.
We have a joke for that.
Yeah, well,
You don't have to go
Take the
adventuring
gold.
anymore.
Yeah,
Paid
we're
over, we won.
just going to hiding. We're
you
good,
goddamn
guys.
self. I'm pretty sure I'm after a conspiracy. I need the money.
That's fair.
I will say, after much appreciated, and yeah, I'll get this divvied up as soon as possible. You mentioned earlier, this is more of a personal matter, Korfak Brightarf, is that right?
Yes, that's correct. Very noble man.
Yeah, he worked with my sister.
All right. Good things.
Yeah, complicated. Are you intending to meet him? Because I don't want to go into too many details, but might be good if we part ways before getting to town. If you intend to actually see the man, my sister has gone through some things lately, and I'm not quite sure how family will be received right now.
I can get an audience with him if you wish.
That would be appreciated.
He's a very
And-
approachable fellow, although he is a leader of
I know.
an entire holy civilization, so...
It's not him I'm worried about so much as it is the people around him, if you catch what I mean.
Oh yes, the council has had many different issues over the years, so... he's a good one, though.
Yeah, I didn't really speak to my sister, so I'll have to take your word for it. A meeting would be appreciated, and if it's all possible.
Definitely.
If not, don't worry.
No, I can organise
On the
that.
down low.
On the down low? What does that mean?
Keeping it quiet and not spreading it around too many places. I'm looking into a few things that attention might be bad.
Understood. Discretion is my best policy. I will get information for you, and I will provide this meeting.
Very much appreciate that. And I will be doing my level best to get Gemini home for you. Family shouldn't be separated like that.
Thank you very much, Thordane. He goes towards the door, opens it for you. As you take one step to go out, he closes it. Now, Thordane, I'm sure that you can keep discreet, right?
It is a vital part of my profession.
Of course, I have to ask these things. You will not tell anyone about this room at all. Is that to be understood? I've heard rumours circulating already, and I'm not very happy to hear them. If you're
I
the one
can
doing
say
that, I would not be too impressed.
No, so the rumours were
Who started them?
largely... Okay, so they weren't started with the intention to be rumours. They were someone being a bit too vocal with their thoughts.
And who is this someone?
May I ask what you intend to do first?
Well, it seems like you know, so share.
Yes, it's just that I kind of like the person, and they weren't doing it out of malice. They were just very curious and
Say the
not very
twins.
good
Just say
at
the twins. Just say the twins. Just say the twins.
Don't say
Yeah, I
the
don't
twins.
think
It
the
would be
twins deserve
mean.
what he wants to do.
Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it.
He-
Plus, the twins might enjoy it, as we established.
I know, but it'll be funny.
Was it more
Yeah, but they might enjoy it.
Again, I have to ask, and this is largely for your sake now, because I have a feeling they like the punishment side of things. What do you intend to do?
Don't worry, you've already answered my question. He opens the door. Thank you very much, though, Dane, for your
But-
business.
It's no problem at all. Also, really not even the little animals, because they're just downright adorable.
We do not speak of anything outside of these doors and walls and my room.
Fair enough.
Very well. Have a lovely day,
have a good day
Thodane.
then. Yeah, you too, man. And I'll
Close the door.
get back to my...
This is such an interesting man.
Okay. So, as time continues, I would like... let's have Leonie, if you could roll a d20.
Yes.
Oh no.
Oh
Oh no.
Let's see how this goes.
No, 20!
Nice.
Why did I waste that on that?
Okay.
It's okay. I mean,
The
no.
journey is swift through the Whispering Woods. It is faster than expected. You get good pace, and you all receive the news that you'll be reaching Trasvalar in 2 hours. And it's only midday.
Damn.
2 hours. Damn.
Shit.
Oh no. When was I supposed to practice for the performance?
Yeah. During this time... yes, go on.
I wanted to ask how much time in total we had during the journey, like from Lindell to when we're going to be arriving.
In terms of the current time, you've probably had about 16 hours of being awake.
So. Okay.
Not bad.
So you continue, and for them, you do hear throughout the day, Celesta does approach you. Hello, dear. Would you like some practice? You said you wanted some teaching.
Yeah, sure. If you can right now.
Of course I can. I've always got time. What can I help you with? What would you like to learn?
I guess some of your dance routine would be nice.
Is this with you dancing in mind with me on the night?
If you're willing.
I'm certainly willing. Of course I am. However, I will point out this one thing. My whole gimmick is that I'm searching for the loved one that is lost. So, how would you like to play it? We can play it that I've either found my love in you. This is platonic, of course. This is all just speculation. Or you could be the one that died. Which one would you like? We could kill you halfway through the show, and you could be left there
Metaphorically,
floating
right?
throughout space. Metaphorically, certainly. Realistically would be much better for the audience, but not for you, of course, then.
Okay.
But we could slice you up into little ribbons, and we could cast your body off
Press X
into
to
the
goddamn
sky.
out!
And
we
then
won't
just
do
takes
that.
like a step back as they're talking.
Where are you going?
You know, just like
Why are you...
nowhere. How about we just maybe. I mean, I don't want to like, we only have one day, and I don't know if it's really a good idea for me to join the performance, not
Then
being
I
ready
believe it
and
is
everything.
the best idea that you've ever come up with, and I'm on board with it.
Can I do an insight check to see if she like hates me or something?
Sure, go for it.
Like, what's her general
my
demeanor
God.
towards me? Because this is feeling a little bit passive aggressive.
I think she might want to kill you.
Natural 20.
You get the sense that she is playing with you. She is. She sees how nervous you are, and she's kind of almost like twisting in the knife a little bit. She's kind of just testing the waters to see how far she can get. But you get the sense there is no malice behind her words. Although there is a little bit of a macabre sensibility that she seems to have, that she doesn't actually think about the idea about entertaining the masses by killing you. But you see that just kind of like glances over her eyes. And you also notice that behind her eyes, it's quite like void. So she's like smiling, her eyes are wide, but there's like no glint in them or anything like that. It's just kind of like a little bit psychotic, just a tiny bit. Don't step back, you get run over by the caravans. Please, come closer.
Are you sure? Like, I don't want to mess with your performance or anything,
Then, darling, you can only enhance the performance. So please, don't find yourself trying to worm out of this one. We've already agreed.
Hey, as long as you don't slice me into ribbons.
I won't slice you into ribbons.
Alright, I will try, but I can't promise that I'll...
No, you won't try. You're going to succeed. So we're just going to go through the motions, all right? So first, we will do one step to the left and one step to the right to see your pacing. So follow after me. One step to the left, and as she kind of guides you through... No, sorry, that's my left. Your right. One step to the right, and then one step to the left. Then you follow the paces back and forth. All right, now we're going to do 4 steps in between, and we're going to do it in this orientation, right? So I'm going to spin you around, and she begins to go through this kind of very complex routine. So I'm going to need you to roll a performance check first, and then
Lord.
this will be...
Oh my God!
I feel like Ven is just trying to listen to everything she's saying and then just blanks.
I love the nat 20s to nat 1s. This is just like peak storytelling.
Yeah, we just like wasted like some 20s.
Yeah.
Okay, so during this performance, you kind of try to understand it. She's going quite quick. We only have a few hours, so we're going to go through it, through the motions, right? Back, left, right, up, down, left, right, A, B, A, B.
Oh my God.
She needs to go through the full rigmarole. I'll also need you to roll a sleight of hand check to see how dexterous you are. Sleight of hand or acrobatics, whichever you prefer.
Which one? It's the same. 12.
Okay.
Oh God.
You go through the motions, and there are points where you do kind of falter. Your memory is kind of like jogging in there. You see at one point she just kind of like lets go. All right. This isn't really working out then, unfortunately. However, this doesn't matter. She kind of goes up to you and grabs your hands. Don't worry about it. We'll figure it out on the night. All right?
What? But no. Like, I obviously haven't got any of the steps, right?
You have
I
the
can't...
talent. You have the talent. It's inside of you. You have it
No,
there.
it's not!
She holds your hands. Please. You've got this.
I really don't. In fact, I don't think I've got this at all.
What do you want me to do then?
I don't know. Maybe save it for another time.
You break my heart. My metaphorical heart.
I could try singing backup vocals, you know?
Perfect. Let's do a bit of that. I'm going to give off a little note, and then I want to hear you repeat it, right? So we're going to go la la la. Right, go for it.
Roll performance check.
I'd like you also to do it.
Oh no. I hate you, Max. I hate you. I didn't know. You know what kind of night I had. Screw you. Could you repeat it for the sake of my goldfish? La la la.
All right. We'll improve it. I'd like you to roll a performance check.
Oh Lord.
Right,
can do this.
We're going to go through the full line.
No!
Ben's blanking. He's just like, he's gone. He wants out of this situation.
Oh my god!
Ven is just kind of like that. There's a lot happening.
Stage fright.
She seems to be very kind of like demanding. You get the sense of like this very authoritarian sort of director coordinator coming out of her, and she's getting a little bit frustrated. But as you're like singing and faltering at many of the lyrics, you see you don't actually realize how bad it is, and you see she just goes, you know what, it actually worked out. This is fantastic. So then use that bit of inspiration inside of you and mimic what we've done tonight. We'll transition it. This little hour that we've had here, I can see there is a glimmer of something inside of you that we can really show the world. So just play along. We have the rough idea, the beat. We just have to go through it in the motions. I'll be honest, my choreography is sometimes a little bit complex, so I can understand that it gets a bit jarbled, a bit confusing, but it'll be on the night, it'll be fine. Plus, as well, since you won't be dancing, I'm going to get Fennell and we're going to dance together, but we can still do the singing included in the act. Fennell, I've heard his voice. It's not... Yes. So we will just... We'll just play through the motions, right? Are you happy with that? Then?
I don't know. I feel a bit embarrassed right now.
Why?
Well, I don't know. I've never performed for such a big audience, and I don't want to make a fool of myself.
Do you get stage fright?
Sometimes.
Well, look, a little trick that I have is I picture the audience dead. If you just picture them all dead.
Jesus Christ!
I think that would make it worse. No offense. You know.
What the fuck is her problem?
I beg to differ. I find it really helps. If they're a corpse,
You know,
they have no reaction.
I actually promised I would help Rory with the lunch, so I kind of have to go. Now.
I left the oven on.
Oh my god!
Hold
You
on.
know,
What is going on?
so we can talk about it later.
Well,
Last session you were so smitten and now you're scared.
Fucking, oh my god.
well, don't worry then. We'll just have you as a work in progress then. I'm sorry if I scared you off at all. But there is a glimmer inside you, so don't feel like you have to hide it. Just show the whole world. I'm sure they'll appreciate it. I feel like I've made this conversation very awkward.
A little bit.
Have I overshared again?
That is a confirmed natural 20 on the clam jam. That's a natural 20 on the clam jam.
No, you haven't. I guess I'm just not used to this type of practice.
It was the
Or-
referring to people being dead, wasn't it? That was the part that...
Yeah, and that a little bit, you know.
Oh, well. Different strokes for different folks, as they say.
Who says that? Just, anyways,
Well, if you have a stroke, you die. So there we go.
just like, yeah, I guess. I'm gonna go practice
Oh,
and help Rory.
of course.
You know, cooking calms me down, so maybe that'll help.
Great. And she gives you a little kind of like rub on the shoulder. Well, have a lovely day, and I'll speak to you soon, right? And she just begins to walk off. Fennell!
Oh my god.
Can Ben actually practice like on his own
Yeah, of course you can.
somewhere? Okay.
Yeah. So with some time and practice, you do kind of rehearse some of the very confusing choreography that she had given you before, and now transitioning into just a vocal part in this play. You practice and practice. Do you actually find Rory?
I feel like he would, but he said for dinner, not lunch.
Okay,
So-
sure.
Not exactly at dinner, but before, because, they need to make food for
Yeah,
a lot of
preparation.
people.
Okay, cool. So that happens. Anyone else?
Yes. During the time that Sienna's not helping with chores around the circus, she'd be is there like a part that he can sit on in the caravan, or would one have to be inside of the caravan?
There are areas outside that, like awnings and little porches, essentially, that have been extended out, like bits of plank and wood that just extend on the side and can be packed up afterwards, that create like a deck, and you can sit on it whilst the
Nice.
caravan's still going. You find a couple of
Right.
these. You do find one of them with this amalgam individual, the Aarakocra body with
Even
the
more
head,
perfect.
like head and body of an Aarakocra, a kind of kingfisher bird with slender monkey arms, as well as that kind of long snake lower half. You can see he's just kind of there coiled up, just looking out to the forest and the woods.
So already during the part of the journey, Sienna would have started working on a project, and she's just bringing that along with her, and the threads and the wool that comes with it, and it's just taking her slight but her organized mess with her, essentially. And she's gonna be like, oh, may I sit next to you? I don't think we've talked before.
You see the head kind of turns around 180 and looks to you. But of course you can.
Thank you. And
You're very
she's gonna
welcome.
and she's gonna settle next to them, and she's crocheting a little puppet, it seems.
Okay. You see every so often as you're going through the motions of crocheting, they do kind of like the eyes look over towards you and see what you're doing, and then kind of look away. Every so often you see the hands of the monkey just reach up and then begin to touch onto the side of this very long beak that they have with holes kind of drilled into them. And you see they begin to whistle a sound through them like a flute as you continue to crochet. I hope that my music isn't too annoying.
Oh no, it's quite a beautiful sound. Did you do those notes intentionally, or did they come that way?
Oh, I found this head like this, yes.
Ah, yes, very nice. That must have been convenient.
Oh, definitely. Well, it didn't start off too well. Every time I spoke, it would make a whistling sound, and that drove me a little bit bonkers for the first half.
I
But
can imagine.
I slowly grew and understood how to fold my tongue over them so they don't make a sound.
Very neat.
Yes. Are you not put off by my design, by my look?
No. I grew up with two amalgams. They raised me, so I'm very much used to this. No worries.
Ah, very good. It is a pleasure to meet someone who has friends of the amalgams. And he just kind of like gives a slight nod. My name is Excelgor, name given by myself.
Ooh, that must be nice. I'm not sure. My manners. My name's Sienna. It is lovely to meet you.
A pleasure. Pleasure indeed. And what is it you're actually creating there?
Oh, I'm not sure one can already tell, and to hold up the puppet that is probably close to finishing, since she's planning on wrapping it up as soon as they're done with the journey. She's attempting to make a puppet that looks like Hank. So just a very buff, ogre-looking type of person, and he's like posing with his arms, like showing his strength.
Okay, cool.
He's trying to make it look flattering.
You see he kind of points out, I appreciate the attention to detail. There is even a little scar across his cheek that he has from many years ago. One thing that you might want to add on, a bigger belly. He's quite a big man.
Don't be so
Oh,
flattering
yes.
about his design and physique. He's quite proud of it.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind. And she's gonna look through her pockets, like trying to find some more stuffing so that she can fill the puppet out a bit more. And she's like, okay, does that look better? Do you think you like it?
I think it looks much better. He's much more rotund now. Better.
Perfect. Yeah, she's just gonna continue on in his presence.
You see he continues to kind of ponder and whistle by himself, and then on occasion just turn back and...
You're not an amalgam, are you?
Oh, no. Nah. I'm an Isma. I was... I guess I do look kind of human. No, I was born and then I was adopted by 2 amalgams.
Oh.
Yes. So, technically... Yeah. Well, the answer is no. I'm not an amalgam.
Shame. Great person to be an amalgam. But don't worry, there's still an opportunity to be one, but I will say, an Asma is very unique. I've never really seen many like you before, and also, your parts are quite rare, if that makes sense.
Oh, I'll take that as a compliment.
Yes.
That's very, very complimentary coming from you.
Your
Thank
blood
you.
is quite sought after in the amalgams. You could sell for quite a good penny.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I put a lot of work into my body, so I
I can
appreciate that.
tell.
You see he gives like a nice nod.
You look after yourself.
I will.
He continues to play on his flute. I'd like you to roll a sleight of hand check as you continue to crochet and see how many you can get done in this time.
In 2 hours.
I'm 16.
16. You get good headway. You've done some work during your off time anyway to kind of complete this. What are the end goals of this? Are you looking to make more than just Hank?
I was going to, but then he said that the entire travel length is 16 hours, and I was like, oh, okay. Then I can't. If I notice that I still have time, I would start on a bigger one, but only if I still have time.
Okay. And you do see that Excel goal looks over.
If you wish, I can help you. I've got an extra pair of hands, and they're quite intricate. That's why I got them.
Honestly, yes, that would be great. Because I'm trying to make these as a thank you for letting us travel with the circus.
Aw.
And I was gonna make one for Hank anyway because he was really nice when we met him. He's not the owner of the circus, so.
He is quite a nice person, so rightfully done. Well, look, I'll see what I can do. I'll help out a little bit here. I can start on the bottom if you want to do the top, and then we can meet in the middle.
Oh yes, perfect. I've been using this in this pattern, and when you get to the middle section.
All right,
Yeah,
I'll
she
be
does.
sure to divert and I'll change over to match your side. All right, and you see he begins to kind of meddle around with his small, tiny monkey hands. Let's see. You see he continues to kind of stitch away and help you grow and create this final product. And who is the other individual that you're looking to make?
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'd say about at one point, with the time that you're given in this day, you see he creates the lower half, the main kind of up to the waist, roughly, and you create up to the mid-chest sector. So there's the stomach that is left to do. And you could put them together if you wanted to. It would be a much more smaller figure if you wanted to rush it. There is no belly in place, but you have both of the top and the bottom ends by the end of this process.
Nice. Can I see if from past projects, if I maybe still have something that maybe isn't the same texture or the same making, but that would still fill the space that you could interwork with the 2 sections that we have?
Sure. I'd say you probably have a bit of cloth that you could just bandage over or some kind to just fill in the gap and then fill it with stuffing
Yes.
rather than crochet an entire midsection. So that is possible, yeah.
Nice. I'm going to do that.
Okay, cool. You create this kind of softer, silky center belly, and the rest of it's made out of this very finely knitted wool. But you have the entire thing ready. You have one made in the image of Darga, and you have one made in the image of Hank.
Sweet. And then I'm gonna go off and try and find Hank. Just gonna bid goodbye and thank you for the help
Oh, you're
to the
welcome.
amalgam. And...
Will you be performing later on?
No, I'm not really the performing type. I wouldn't know what to perform with, so I'll leave that to the more capable people.
Okay. Well, if you find something, then you can always ask me, and I can involve you in the performance somehow.
I've never done anything of the sort. I think I would make quite the fool of myself, so thank you. It's a very nice offer, but no thank you.
All right. If you change your mind, let me know.
I will.
You head off in search of Hank. You find him just at the back of the main inventory place, just looking over with a document and aside. All right, yeah, we have that. Okay, cool. Oh, hello.
Hello. Are you busy at the moment? Will I come back later?
A little bit busy, but go for it. What can I help you with, Sienna?
Right. So, you were the first person we met from the circus, right? And
Yeah.
so you're technically the reason we're traveling with you guys right now, and I want to show my gratitude.
Oh,
So
okay.
this might come across weird for the first second, but think about it after the first impression. And I'm gonna hand him the little doll of himself.
How big is the doll?
Probably roughly a hand sized.
Okay, so for him,
Not his
it's-
hand size, my hand size.
For him, it's like the size of his finger.
Yes, very tiny.
You hand it over to. Oh, this is amazing. He picks it up and he holds it. It's a little me, and he just kind of
Yes!
holds it back and forth. Oh, Sienna, thank you. And he kind of like goes down one knee, reaches down to give you a hug. Thank you so much.
Aw.
This is the kindest thing
glad
anyone's
you
done
like
for
it.
me.
Oh, that's slightly depressing.
No,
I
this is a
thought you'd
gift.
get.
This is a gift made with
Yes.
with heart. So, thank you.
I'm glad you like it.
I will keep it away from witches in case they try and voodoo me.
Oh yeah, that would be bad. Also, try and keep it away from those halflings. They seem to have sticky fingers, and I don't. This is for you. This is not for anyone else. This is a personal gift for you.
This is for me. And he kind of turns
Yes.
around, looks around for a moment. He sees Mork and Corm just looking over around. They're still cleaning these caravans on slings. And he just kind of looks over towards them, stares and glares in their direction, and they just continue to clean quicker as they're sweating profusely. Yeah, this is mine. Oh, Sienna, I don't have anything for you. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's perfectly fine. You already let us come along with the circus, and we had a lovely time. Like some
Oh,
unpleasantness aside, we had a lovely time with you guys.
you make it
yeah.
all worth it, Sienna. Thank you.
Nice. Alright then. You wouldn't happen to know where your boss is at the moment?
No, I don't know where he is. He might be in his room still. I don't know.
Right. I'll see if I can find him. But you've got work to do, so
Yes, yeah.
good job. You're doing great.
He puts the small doll in the back of his kind of cargo shorts that he has on in a small pocket, and he just kind of hangs them there, and he just looks around. Oh, I'm gonna call him Hank Jr.
That's a fantastic name.
or Little Hank. I bet he gets all the
Right.
ladies. He just kind of like nods. Thanks again, Sienna. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
If you ever need anything done in terms of a lawyer, call me. You've got my name, so just I can help you out. Someone tries to sue
Okay.
you for a legal dispute, I'll be there. Okay.
Perfect. That's great. I'll make sure to keep that in mind.
All right. That's all I can give. Thank you again. And he just continues to go back to moving some of the stuff around.
Right. I'm gonna try and see if I can find Daga.
Okay. whilst you're on the search, we'll go over to Thorn and Thodane. Do you guys get up to anything during this time?
Other than watching Gildana very not hiding it, very like, I am suspicious of you.
At this point, she walks over to you.
Uh-oh.
As you've just been staring at each other for a long distance.
Mm-hmm.
She walks over. So what's your fucking deal then?
What's your fucking deal?
You keep staring in my direction, and I can't understand if you're... Have I got something on my face?
She smiles to herself, but she doesn't say anything.
Fucking say it.
I won't. But she just goes stone-faced again. She's like, well, I could say the same thing about you. You've been watching me.
That's because you're inside a place that you shouldn't be. We're a family, and you are snooping around, especially last night. Walking around, staring at windows that you shouldn't be looking into, scaring off Sarah and Jacob. What was that all about, anyway? Eh? You were fucking crying on the floor, then you were laughing? What are you, fucking mental?
It's none of your business.
You're right. It's none of my business. So stop fucking looking in my direction and making it my business.
If you do the same to me, I'll do the same to you. You leave me the fuck alone, I'll leave you the fuck alone.
Great. I'm talking to a fucking child. Anyway, if you're gonna do the you and me shit, I won't even be bothered.
She, like, whenever she gets called a kid, she, like, sort of growls at that.
Mm-hmm.
And then she calms herself. And then she just walks away.
Walk away, and I'd like you to roll a perception check.
I don't like that. Okay.
22. You hear she just kind of stands there for a moment as you walk away, and you hear her just whisper underneath her breath, why'd you have to be such a fucking hard ass? And just walks off.
What? Excuse me? What? Thorn legit, like, stops and does a complete 180 and he's like, what did you say to me?
What? I wasn't fucking talking to you.
I'll be looking for Ford. Can I please divert the train wreck?
Yeah, Thorn looks like she kind of has a hand going towards her dagger, but she's not like she's like genuinely like, what the fuck did you say to me?
There's a moment where, as she's kind of like walking away, she sees you kind of like looking in her direction. She turns around and looks towards you. What's going to happen here?
Are you gonna repeat what you said?
She walks over, closer. As I said, I was talking to myself.
Sure you were.
And don't be holding daggers when you're not ready to use them.
Who says I'm not ready?
The restraint does. Well, anyway, I've got to prepare for tomorrow, so... And she just begins to leave.
Thorn goes off to find Thodane.
Okay.
Unless he was watching the entire thing.
Thodane was watching the entire thing.
You nearly said hello.
Thodane was right there.
Making friends, I see.
Shut up. And she's got like the slightest blush on her face.
Yeah, that checks out. That checks out. So, would you like the good news or the complicated news first?
Do we need to discuss it out here in the open?
I can keep it. There's parts that we can.
What's up?
Okay. So again, complicated news, good news. Which one?
You choose.
Okay. Well, there is no good news.
Yeah, no shit.
Yeah. So, complicated news. There's a fucking conspiracy. I really
Well-
hope there's only one.
Who could have foreseen this?
Okay. There's foreseeing it and then there's getting confirmation. Now, I have some things that I need to ask you in private because I might have some avenues worth going down. The main thing is, though, how long have you had your whole deal?
What do you mean? What deal?
The floof.
Fuck. God damn
A
it.
petition to when talking about it in
No,
public.
no.
report
I
the
will
floof.
fucking kill you. It was after and everything.
Okay. No jokes here. How many years?
Can we not talk about this out loud in front of everybody?
Okay, but I do need that information.
I know. We can go somewhere private now. I'll answer all your questions now, just not here. And I'll
Yeah,
like
let-
look around to see if anybody's looking.
You see Morgan Corn cleaning against.
I'll like really bare my teeth and just sort of like snarl towards them if they're looking. Okay.
Yeah, I do not care for them. I do not care for them. I do not.
Hey, Thadane!
No, don't engage. Don't engage.
Nope.
Don't engage.
Nope, I'm same boat. Let's just go.
Don't make eye contact,
Don't look at them.
make eye contact. You might catch what they've got.
They say this as they're speed walking towards Thodane's caravan. Just like don't look.
You're speed walking. I'm doing a fucking sprint.
Mach 20.
This is a steeplechase for me.
They're all just like waving your direction.
Are you sure I can't kill them?
Yeah, no, the circus would be mad, and that would be
Yeah,
bad
would
for
they?
us.
Would they really?
Yes, yes.
It would make me feel a whole lot better.
Okay, have you ever had a friend or family member you know is a piece of shit, but you're
I
going
don't
to
have
defend them
friends.
because they're a family member?
I don't have friends except for Sienna.
Okay, good. Good that you qualified that there, because I don't think she'd take kindly to that. Not in a violent way, in a I think she might cry way.
She would. So that's why I said her name.
Yeah, cool. Okay, so try to explain this. If you know if a person you care for is a total fuck up, you will still defend them when someone else gives them shit.
I don't know any total fuck ups.
I'm resisting the urge to minor illusion your own face.
You little shit.
You know what? No, I'm not resisting the urge. Yeah, you know one. Just click my fingers and
I look at the minor illusion, then I look at you, and I smack you upside the head. Not like hard, not to where, you know, like permanent damage, just like a boom, you know, like knock your hat off.
yeah. Okay, yeah, I deserve that one, but I still stand by it. Anyway, let's just get our questions out of the way.
Okay.
So we get into my quarters, and do I know anything that gives guaranteed privacy? One sec.
Okay, so Thorn and Thordane begin to head off towards where Thordane is staying. I'd probably say as everything's kind of happening at this moment, then you do notice the two of them beginning to head off into the caravan by themselves. Sienna, you do as well. Whether you
Come on,
try and
guys.
join or not, it is up to you. But you see them beginning to very carefully head into their caravan.
Nobody gets any fucking privacy in this fucking
I'm
game.
gonna try and like get eye contact with Thor and be like, try and
she'll-
communicate with like, do you want me? Do you want me to come up?
She'll just back at you and just like sort of like put her hand down, like that, and it's basically just telling like we're good.
And then she's just gonna give a little encouraging like, "Got this." Yeah,
Do I
please does
see-
not follow.
Sienna?
Yeah, you see Sienna staying.
Hand
What
gestures.
I will say
everywhere.
is, Van, if you want to, you can roll an insight check.
Okie dokie. I'll do that.
Imagine you guys think it's subtle, but it's like that guy from who's
17.
got a picture of the
17.
You're like,
You notice Thordane and Thorn going into the caravan. You imagine to discuss something prevalent to what's been happening over the night. You also see Sienna, who kind of waves in that direction towards Thorn. And you almost gain an insight as you see Sienna just kind of almost... How would you describe it, Leonie, when Thorn dismisses Sienna in this regard?
Essentially, like, you know how sometimes you have to take your dog in front of a supermarket and you tie them to a post outside with the leash, and then they just sit there like, okay, guess I'm staying outside. Like at the same time, she's overplaying it with like being supportive and encouraging. It's like, you God could do this on their own. It's fine.
Yeah.
Like that.
How
I
is
think-
Sienna simultaneously the person who's "do not fuck with me, I will cry," but at the same time, "do not fuck with me, I will wreck your shit."
It's a
you
careful
cry.
balance.
I'm asking the same question.
It is a careful balance.
Oh god.
I think when we'll approach Sienna, kind of confused as to like what's going on here. Hey, is everything okay?
Yeah, sure. Whatever you mean.
You know, a lot of happened last night, and I mean, I don't mean to speculate or, you know, assume anything, but it seemed like Thorn had something to do with this person, or that this person also somehow hurt her, based on just the reaction and stuff. And you don't need to tell me anything, obviously, but if we're gonna be traveling together and we're kind of in this together, I just want to know what
Everything.
we're dealing with.
This is Thorn's story to tell, but what I can say is when I met her, she was in a bad place. She was hurt and well, she was in a very bad place. And she hasn't told me everything either. There are still holes in the story that she told me that she hasn't filled. But I'm working on getting her to trust me enough that she'll tell me everything. But if she chooses to tell Selene everything first, then that's her choice. I can't make
I
that for
see.
her.
That's true. Yeah, I totally understand. I just wanted to I guess I'm assuming she knows who we're dealing with, or at least
I
has a
think so
good
too.
guess. But, and I don't mean to like discredit anything she's saying. Just it would be nice if the rest of us knew a little bit more what's going on. But as you said, it's her story to tell. But are you
think-
doing okay?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm fine. Thank you for worrying, but
Insight check.
Fucking hell. Instant.
How do you feel?
okay.
Tell me your secret.
Wait, okay, how do I hide what I'm rolling? Wait.
2DM.
You click on the roll.
There's a private DM roll
Yeah.
thing. I'm gonna do that.
Yes.
Okay.
I do not believe the words Ven speaks.
Then
What Ven does.
you can see that Sienna has a bit of vulnerability in this moment. She does kind of open up and just give her thoughts. But you also see that she's quite a stern figure. She is somewhat a not to put it in kind of any other term, but kind of like Thorn's helper. She's there to kind of make sure that she stays focused, to make sure that nothing kind of goes or outside of those borders. And you see that kick in. You see that moment of, I'm here to make sure that she is okay. And you can see that Sienna can take that. Sienna's strong enough for that.
You can call her my parole officer. It's
Well,
fine.
you know, Kara.
I was gonna say like her rock, but
Parole officer, it seems. Yeah.
If there's anything else you want to add to that, Leonie, but that's how I interpret it.
Ah, that was perfect.
All right. Well, I'm heading off to help Rory out with dinner. You got any requests?
Oh, might I help as well? It's been a hot moment since I've cooked in any sort of stable environment. Like, we've been on the road for quite a while. It will be a pleasure to actually work with something resembling a kitchen again.
Oh, you want to help out? Sure.
Yes!
We can cook together then. I'm sure Rory wouldn't mind an extra pair of hands. Speaking of which, I look around. Where is our armadillo friend?
You see him going back and forth, up and down. He is coming from the front of the caravan troop. And you see him rolling down. Every so often he's kind of popping out and he's just kind of like talking to someone he sees. He sees Hunter, he starts talking to him, and then he talks to another one. Then as soon as he approaches you, he pops out.
Rory!
And, hello. Just to inform you that we are getting into Trasvilar now. We are just on the border of the forest. We'll be coming into Trasvilar shortly. So get ready, bring your smiles, and we'll get in there soon. I still don't trust you, Sienna. Please keep your hands to yourself.
Oh, that's
Did something... I'm not going to ask. But you said I could help out with
Of course you can.
preparing dinner?
Yes.
Do you want to show me where what is?
Certainly. What we will be doing is maybe we'll go out shopping in Trasvilar to get some more ingredients.
Ooh. It
So-
looks like sparkles in their eyes as soon as they finish shopping.
Hank will be joining us as well as Hunter, so I will gather the troops and I will let you know when we are going to the shops.
Okay.
I can help carry stuff if you
You see, he looks over to you.
want me to.
You can. You want to help?
She's nice, I
Yes.
promise.
Nice.
hmm
Okay, I'll allow it.
I've-
I'll allow it.
Oh, thank you.
You may join
I was
us.
gonna make more arguments in my case, but thank you.
Oh, please, if you want to.
I have a list of experience that I could show you, but I don't have it on paper on me at the moment. But I've worked in, in household duties for quite a while. I'm quite experienced. I've perfected like the art of culinary services. I'm quite good at it.
Well, then I will ask you a question.
Yes.
Which way do you fold your napkins?
Oh, let me show you. and she's gonna grab like not a napkin, but a piece of cloth that's like, I don't know, 30 by 30 centimeters long, and then she starts. Well, she attempts to do it like a little artfully with like a little bow at the top, so that the sides fold into each other. How you would present it at a fancy dinner. And yeah, she tries to do that. It's been roughly 3 or 4 years since she's done it the last time, so she might be a bit rusty.
I'd like you to roll a sleight of hand check.
You got it.
I'm getting emotional.
You're folding a napkin.
Oh, fuck! I rolled it. I still rolled it for Max, but it was a 23 for everybody.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
So you see, you kind of create this almost like a flower of sorts that kind of blooms out in the center and kind of unfolds and unravels. It doesn't really make sense how you done it. You kind of like folded it inwards and then out again. And he kind of looks at it and goes, "All right, it will do. It will do." And he just stares you up and down again. Okay. And he just rolls off.
Sienna, these are so pretty.
Thank you. My mom taught me. This was her favorite way to do the napkins. It always looked very gorgeous.
You both watch as you're discussing this. You see Rory roll away from the caravan and then almost roll around the same caravan and then back to the front again, and he pops back out. Tell me, Sienna, how did you do this? I need to know how you made this, honestly.
I can show you.
I need to know. I need to know how
Yes,
you did this.
I can show you. Again, this was my mum's way of doing it. She was the one that taught me, and
Beautiful woman.
so okay.
I love her
sorry.
already. I love her.
Oh yeah, you would have loved her. She was great. She was
I am
amazing.
sorry
Oh.
for your loss.
Oh, don't worry. It's quite a while back, so it's been a while.
Well, we will honor her memory in this meal tonight. We will create the flower that you have made. We will continue this passion onwards and bring this idea to the rest of the people of the marauding Martets, but as well those that join us in Tresvelar. This will be an excellent dinner. I look forward to it. Sienna, you are now in my good books. And my book that I was reading, it was Silent Sailor.
Oh, I haven't read that one yet. Can you recommend it? Is it good?
It's in a set of very smutty novels. He rolls away.
Oh,
Like, oh, he's just open with that.
hey, right.
Are they good?
Processes.
He pops back out halfway across the way. You know what? A quiet taste. And he goes back into his ball and he rolls.
I think that means they're very graphic.
Oh no, that's not good. Well, if you ever want to, I'd be happy to like learn from you.
Yes.
I'm good
definitely
at
teach you.
baking, but I'm sure my cooking could use some, practice as well.
We can see what we can create together. Maybe there's some way to combine our experiences.
Yeah, and if we want to get Thorn to open up a bit more, my mom always used to say, a path to someone's heart is through their stomach, so we can create the meals she likes best.
Yes. That is an amazing idea. And then, Kennedy, thank you for wanting to cheer me up. That's really kind of you.
Of course. It's kind of what I do. I think. Or I hope, at least.
Well, if that's your goal, then let me tell you, you're very good at it.
Aw, thank you. I try. But since we do have some more free time, I need to go practice. I think if I don't, I'll embarrass myself in front of 300 people or something like that.
I don't have a lot of experience with performing, but I could listen to it or watch it and give you some feedback.
He just kind of sinks into himself. I don't know. The last time Celeste watched me, it was pretty bad.
Alright, then.
She's an intimidating woman.
Oh. Yeah, well, Yeah, see, but don't ask for tips from professionals. They're always rather critical.
Yeah,
I,
she gave
for
me the
example,
tip
was
to
a
imagine
pretty
people
shy-
dead.
What? That seems
Yeah.
counterproductive.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, maybe it works for her, but for me, I don't know. I feel like that would make me more nervous, of the
Yeah.
blood and whatever. But if
As
you're willing
you're
to,
as you're having
Many
this
people
give it a
say you
conversation,
should
listen.
imagine them naked, and I also can't imagine that helping.
as you're,
Well,
ha-
who would do that?
as you're having this very strange conversation, you do see flying overhead, dancing through the sky, and being spun like 100 times into the air. You see Fennel landing into the arms of Celeste as the two of them are gliding through the air. And you just hear her kind of, as she's dancing through the bushes, she just says, "Oh, you're killing me, darling. You're killing me with how good you are." And she just continues to
And just sinks into himself even more. He feels so bad.
Oh no, poor thing.
I'm sure you could do great at this. but
I'll give it a shot, but I don't know. Maybe. If you want to give it a listen,
sure.
without
not?
judgment, please.
No, of course not. I only need feedback.
Okay. I think one will try to practice
Okay.
once again. But he'll just practice his voice. With the songs he already knows, I guess.
Here's a question for Ven, or more so
Yeah.
Robbie. What language does Ven sing in?
I feel like he knows how to sing in Common and in Elvish.
Okay. Makes sense to me. So do you go back and forth, or do you choose one to sing this song?
I feel like he'll just do Common
Okay.
for now. For Sienna to understand.
So you begin to sing to Sienna. Nothing too elaborate, but more so practicing your vocals and then slowly building up the courage to sing out loud. Sienna, you watch and just kind of listen to Ven sing. And in the moments where there is like a peace and quiet, you do hear Ven's voice kind of carries onto the wind. And there's a moment where you can almost see like the air around them almost sparkle slightly, as if like small bits of light is expecting like a spectrum, like you would with a glass. You have your light shine through it and it goes into dazzling different colors. You see it almost go into bits of color here and there, just sparkle around their person. You're not sure if this is something that comes naturally with their voice or that's something to do with their magic, but you just see this kind of illusionary effect hover around them as they sing. Ven, if you want to, you can roll a performance check for me.
Yay. Okay, yippee! 16.
Soon. You see that as they begin to build up their courage, they continue to hit those higher notes, and it is a lovely display. They have a voice. They have a very beautiful voice that should be heard by many people, but that lack of confidence is just slightly there, it seems. But yeah.
What do you think?
Go for it.
I loved it. That was really pretty.
Really?
Yes. Like again, I'm not a professional. I don't know a whole lot about like technicalities of like notes and stuff, but it sounded really, really pretty. I think that's the important bit.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I've never performed in front of so many people before, I guess, and I don't know. What if I mess up?
Well, how about this? Instead of imagining everybody dead, why don't you focus on one or two people in the audience and pretend you're just singing for them? Like, we'll be in the audience. We'll be listening to you. You could just look at us.
I guess that could work. Do you think I could focus on singing for someone close to me who's not technically there, but you know, I have them in mind?
Definitely. Just close your eyes, imagine that someone is there, and sing only for them. It's quite a
I think-
beautiful thought.
I think that will help. Thank you, Sienna.
I'm
I
glad I
really
could be of
appreciate
help.
it. Gives you a hug.
No. Yeah. I'd hug back.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna go practice a little bit more and then we'll meet up for shopping.
Yes, shopping. Alright.
See you.
All right. So you part ways. We'll jump over to Thorn and Thadane. You're in Thadane's cart.
Yeah, well, they're making friends. Blah.
You're planning to destroy your enemies.
We're focusing on real shit.
Yeah. So anyway, that's why I have a deathly fear of napkins. Anyway.
I think. Yeah. Okay.
Right.
So, I'm telling you now. She, shuts the door behind them, and she puts her hand on the table wherever they are. Well, it's probably small, so she won't do that. She'll be, bending over. But she'll say, I'm telling you now, I can't tell you everything. Okay? I can tell you what I can tell you, but you'll have to learn some stuff along the way.
Or, rather than you just unloading everything at once, I can ask questions and you don't have to answer.
Yeah.
Okay, that's... there is information I'm gonna need,
And
and I'm gonna ask 2 questions that I really do need answers for first. Everything else can wait. Is that okay?
it really depends on the answers, because there are some things I can't tell you yet.
Yeah.
I'll try to answer it best I can, but
These are more vague ones that I'm trying to establish a pattern. I need to know, how old were you when they did the whole tiger thing?
I wasn't there when the tiger thing happened. And I'll pull down my shirt a bit and I'll show him a bite mark on my collarbone. It happened
Right.
before I met Sienna.
Okay. Still, I didn't... Whether or not that happened with them isn't what I needed to know. I needed to know when that bite happened.
I don't know,
But
maybe
were you a kid?
18. I was 18 around that time.
Right, okay. How old are you now?
I'm 19.
It's been a year.
Around, I suppose.
Okay. Out there, you said you didn't have friends besides Sienna. I'm gonna assume family's a similar situation. Is that right?
She sort of gets unsteady and she doesn't look at you. She turns her head and she doesn't really answer, but the answer is clear.
Yeah. See, from what I just found out, I think I've got the beginnings of a pattern here, in that whoever's doing this is going after young people on their own with something to them that's different. So, sorcerers, lycanthropes, nyancanthropes in your case. You can't pull that face, Cassie.
No, I
You're the
know.
one who made
That was
joke
Thorn's
last
reaction. That
week.
wasn't mine.
Yeah. But yeah, I think that whatever they're trying, the healthier the person, the better, and younger people bounce back quickly. Now, this. Where's pull out my notes? Oh crap, Max. This is possibly you might not allow me to retroactively do this. Minor illusion can do sounds. Can I just have a murmur that covers our discussion? Minor illusion at the door.
Sure, I'll allow it.
Yeah, basically, if someone was listening at the door, they'd hear white noise.
They just hear some scatting. Ba-da, beep, ba-da, skip-a-da-bop, boop, boop.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah,
That's not distracting at all.
I can direction it so
Yeah,
we won't get it so much.
that's fine.
But
That's
yeah,
a good idea.
it's just enough so that anyone listening in would have to put in some real effort that
Yeah.
we might notice. Okay, so this guy, this Siren.
I am. As soon as you say his name, she panics and like goes to like put her hands over your mouth, like to shush you. Don't say his name. You don't know what could happen.
Okay, Cynic. We'll call him Cynic. From what I found out, here's something that, if you don't know, might be bad news. Is part of a larger group.
Okay, I knew that.
Okay. From what Sarah and Jacob were saying, their goal is pushing things, and not just with science, not just with magic, so with something else. So, this is one you don't have to answer. Were you a success, or did you get away before then?
I got away. I don't know what the plan was for me, but I got away.
Okay. I'm happy to hear that. Where were you taken from?
I don't know. I was always there.
Are you saying you don't remember anything before the bite?
No, I do. The bite was after I escaped. That's what I'm telling you. But as terms of memories, all I know is that place.
Where were you when you escaped?
I remember snow. It's fuzzy. It's not all there. All I remember is snow and cold.
Well, that narrows it down. Okay. This one, this is a long shot and more me hoping there's a connecting thread. Have you ever heard the name? Crap, I've got too many notes now. Curse the detective character.
Too many notes.
chose
No.
You chose this.
You chose
I
this
did
life.
choose this. Have you ever heard the name Corfac Brighthearth?
Have I?
Well,
Have
you
I,
have
Max?
just a minute ago. Yeah. There's a package for him in the back.
Last night, yeah.
Nothing before then.
Max?
That's up to you.
Have I?
You know the
Okay.
ideas, you know the laws, so it's whether your character would have heard them. Now, there is a general understanding of who Korthak is, just because he is a political leader, and he leads a massive city that is known as the Last Bastion, a holy city. So there is ideas of him. People know he's a Dragonborn. People know he's a representation of that city. And he has ties to Bahamut, a god of law and order. But anything more would be up to your interpretation.
I do say for your consideration, Sienna would have talked about religious representatives. Maybe not specifically Korthak, but maybe she would have mentioned him. I'm not 100% sure.
Gotcha. I mean,
I will say my question's been answered by the fact you've had to ask. So.
well, I'll answer anyways. Thorn just says, I mean, Sienna's sort of talked about him, but other than that, no.
Yeah, no, that was too much to hope for. Right, okay then. So, here's
Why are you asking about Korthak, though?
That's a personal one, and I was kind of shot in the dark. Maybe he's connected.
Okay.
Yeah. It's... If it becomes important, I'll let you know.
Okay.
So, here's what I know and suspect. Like I said, I think whoever these people are, largely targeting youths, largely targeting people with potential, but they also need control subjects. Normal people. I'm not sure which one you'd fall into, but here's an avenue I think we've got. Once we get back to Leyrance, once we get back to my normal channels of communication, I'm going to call in a few favours and look into disappearances. I'm going to keep you in the loop.
I can tell you why I think he chose me. And I'll take off my bandana that I always wear, and on my forehead there is this symbol of, and it looks to be angelic of nature, and it is red with a circle and like almost two kind of like wings, but they're almost like waves as well. It's a bit odd.
Cool. Max, I speak Celestial. Can I read that?
Nothing comes up in Celestial. What I'd like you to do is roll a religion check.
Okay.
Oh, this will be interesting.
Yeah.
This will be very interesting.
Very interesting.
Let's see what he rolled.
It's
Oh.
12.
In terms of its significance, nothing comes to mind. However, when looking at it, one thing you do notice is it is almost slightly raised above the skin. As if it's not completely like flat against it, like a tattoo. It almost has like a millimeter, if that, slightly raised above the skin. And it seems to be like painted on. But you get the sense that it's maybe not paint and more so a birthmark.
Just like to, just forever. Ferdinand's got a notebook and quill, just constantly, like, just, there we go.
Yeah, let me just artistic rendition. Let's go.
Yeah, like a rough sketch of it out. Right. I just realised, I don't think you've said your race in game.
She is an ASMR.
Okay, cool. But do I know that? But Max, do I can roll to know they're an ASMR?
That's honestly a fair question.
Most
Is it?
most ASMRs tend to look exactly the same as humans. There is only a few connotations that are different. Their general aura seems to be more in a specific trait, be it divine, holy, blood magic, primal magic. There's almost like a... Think of it as like Ganassis, how they have an affinity with elements. This seems to be the same way. Arsamars have a connection to some otherworldly power. This could be godly, this could be anything in between. In terms of what Arsamars, how they're formed, they can come from other Arsamars. They can be like a generational thing, where they come down from a parenthood, a lineage of just divine-blooded individuals, for example. But also, it could be like a tiefling situation, where someone is born through a non-Arsamar family bloodline, and they become an Arsamar because of some sort of pact, some sort of deal, or perhaps they are just destined for this life. There is a wide spectrum of that, and Arsamars in that regard aren't that common. They're one of the more rarer races around. So you've maybe seen 5 or 10 Arsamars in your lifetime. So kind of picking that up and getting the general sense, you see, and I'd probably say that it's evident at this point that you also get the same aura from Sienna as well, who is of that same kind of bloodline Arsamar connotations.
Yeah.
They aren't human, but they aren't anything else. There's something in between. So,
Right.
yeah.
Okay. So with all of that, that does explain some things. And there might not be a control group, but problem with types like this, you can never be sure. Like I said, once we get to Layrons, I'm going to call in a few favours and see what avenues we can go down to get some answers. Now, on top of all of that, and I'll reach into my pocket and pull out the stone, I need to keep this. Because, well, first of all, and I'm gonna... This will drop the sound thing, but I'll be putting it right back up. I'm gonna can I minor illusion my beard away?
I'd say so, yeah.
Yeah. Cool. And then I'm gonna hold it up.
She sees that and she sort of like backs away a bit, just like, oh. Not expecting it. Not in disgust, just not expecting it.
Yeah. No, I'm aware. Like, I don't quite like having my chin out in the open air. Well, it's actually not. I've just put a mask over. Anyway, that's my face.
Okay.
So, I need to keep this.
Thorn,
Because whoever sent me this...
as he's holding it by his side, you see it begin to glow.
I smack it away immediately. Smack it.
Smack it to the ground, out of his hand. It just kind of rolls around for a moment. But you hear a voice begin to emanate.
Oh, Thudane! I've only just received your message, I'll be honest. I was having a bit of a nap. So, apologies for that. I would have answered straight away otherwise. We can discuss things as time continues. We don't have to spoil things now. We have plenty of digging to do. See you soon. Bye. Love you.
What the fuck? What?
Did he just make a dwarf joke? Did he make a dwarf joke with the digging? I
Yes, he did.
Do I recognize that voice?
There's not a voice you've heard before.
Oh, thank God. Told you it's two different people.
Okay, so she's like, she had her knife out in the hilt, like ready to smash it with the butt of her knife, and she just immediately relaxes, and just relief just washes over her entire body.
Right, okay. That's not cynic then.
No, I don't know who the fuck that is, but it's not Cynic.
Yeah, and I'll just show her my notes of the sending stone, which is massive prick on the other end, and then just added, guy is still a massive prick.
Okay, can I inspect them again? Both the letter and the pebble? the
Yeah,
stone?
sure. You
Okay.
you give him
I
a,
did that
a
on
once
purpose.
over, and you gain the same information you have before. There's nothing more to gain
Okay.
from this, but you do notice that this chiseled face on the stonework is definitely tied to Thodane's, even though it's a slightly younger
Okay.
version of him. Maybe kind of prepubescent era, maybe just slightly a bit older. But yeah,
She just looks at the stone and she's like, "Are you sure you don't have like a weird uncle or something? Like a strange family thing that they just happen to have this?"
Yeah, I know my strange family shit, and that ain't it. That's might be connected to it, but yeah,
You know, and this is a shot in the dark, anybody who would have been familiar with your family when you were younger or anything like that? Because this is not
my
my shit.
my dad owned a local business. My mum was a guard, so they knew a lot of people.
Okay, your dad kind of sounds like a nerd, and she tosses the stone back on the table.
Fucking, he owns a fucking brewery, off you fucking know.
What was your second name again, Tadane?
Huh?
Neath.
Neef. My second name is
Neef.
Neef.
Oh.
Neath.
She doesn't really react to being cursed out by Thodane, but she looks over
You can
the.
talk shit about my sister till the cows come fucking home. You leave my dad's name out, you my goddamn mouth.
Yeah. And she does not care. The letter. It was the one with the. It wasn't the one with cursive, right? It was the one with patched together letters.
Yeah, patch together letters.
Okay.
It's a trick to just try and get anonymity.
Well,
No.
she looks at it and she's just like, "Yeah, this is weird. This is not my stuff. This is really weird."
Yeah, I mean, it's not your specific guy.
No.
So, here's what I'm willing to share. I have a sister.
Mm-hmm.
She, up until recently, was an up-and-comer in Trasvalar.
Okay.
She is no longer an up-and-comer in Trasvalar.
Okay.
She's been accused of some really bad shit. I'm
Oh.
looking into it because it reeks of bullshit.
Okay.
And then I get this. And then I find out about a large spanning group with interests that are unknown at this time. The kind of group my sister would have been looking into.
Okay.
That's
Yeah.
why I think it's connected. I kind of hope I'm wrong, but I also hope I'm right because that means there's not multiple groups like this running around.
No, this is definitely connected. Somehow. What was her name? Can you tell me her name? If not, then...
Kivley. So I've never used the full name.
And how do you spell that, Jack?
Kivle.
Kiz
V.
V.
VLE.
V for Ven.
Okay. Yeah, Kivel? That's how you say it?
Kivley.
Kivli. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will. This is Jack. Forever, I will call her Kiv. I
Okay.
will never call her Kivley.
Gotcha. Can I call her Kiv?
I mean, you can call her bitch if you want. I don't.
That's a proper sibling response. I respect it.
Yeah. But yeah. Look, she's not my favorite person. But you shared, I'm sharing. So we'll keep it. In fact, would you prefer we do it as even trades? You only share something, knowing I'll do the same. That way, you're not losing anything out, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that works.
Okay, then. In that case, my sister. Yeah, I don't really know how this shit works. As far as I know, she's still a paladin.
Okay.
Me and her both wanted to go into investigative type work. Her, because of the whole, it's our solemn duty, we must do good for others, yada, yada, yada. I just like the fucking puzzles.
Okay.
She sent me a letter to my office in Layrance saying she'd come across something.
Okay.
The next day, I receive a letter saying she's been found guilty of a number of things that just ain't true. So I came back home, and now I'm heading back to Layrance to start looking into this.
Do you know who accused her?
The city of Trasvalar.
Okay. That doesn't help.
She knew Brighthearth. That's why I was asking. I was kind of hoping you'd heard the name while you were with them. Would have given me a lead.
Yeah, I don't.
It's like I said, it was a shot in the dark. By all accounts, he's actually, practices what he preaches, which is weird with those types. But I'm head of the caravan's going to get me a sit down with him so I can find out what's going on with my sister. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm going to Trasvalar.
Do you want me to join you or something?
I'd rather keep this as private as possible. Like I said, this is the reason I'm telling you this is more in the interests of quid pro quo. Wait, is there Latin in this world?
No,
Elvish?
No, it's celestial. It's Latin. Don't worry about it.
Oh,
Okay,
right.
in that case, I
Actually,
speak
undercover.
that. So
that makes sense.
Dominis no partus. Yeah, it was more in the interest of keeping things fair. Now, you know not why I'm here. I've got some idea about why you're keeping on the run.
Yeah.
I think we could be of some assistance to each other. I know
I
people.
think that too.
Yeah. But I know people. I'm good at getting information, and you seem very good at scaring the literal shit out of people. And that's a handy trick, let me tell you.
Oh, I'm proud of it, honestly.
Yeah, bit too proud. You didn't help clean up. Me and Ben had to get a fucking wheelbarrow.
We're not going to talk about that.
I would actually like to talk about it like that. It's still not out of the smell's not out of the coat.
Stop making me laugh, you dick.
No. See, this is also. Have you ever heard of the old tactic of good guard, bad guard?
We've talked about this before, and that's when Gemini ran away.
Yeah.
So, no.
Here's the thing. I typically do good guard.
Okay.
Would be quite handy to have someone who's good at doing bad guard.
I have a question.
Yeah.
How badly am I allowed to injure?
No more. No blood. And no broken.
No broken bones. Oh.
No broken bones. It's more trying to scare than anything. The thing
Bruising?
is, I get. Look, it's more trying to scare. The whole. There's an art to it.
Pain is a very powerful fear tactic.
Yeah, but it also means that any evidence we get won't be accepted, because then they might have just started talking to make you stop hitting them. So
You're no fun.
no, I'm a lot of fun. I'm just also, actually an officer of
Fine,
the law,
I'll-
technically.
Just resort to scaring, no touching.
Oh yeah, no, believe me, you could. I've seen what you're able to do when you don't go with the hitting, and I have some suggestions that we can talk about at a later time. But long and short of it is, we can help each other. And I won't even charge you.
Wait, what? We were.
I'm a private investigator. I typically charge people for.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what that means.
I'm a licensed investigator. I can arrest people, but I work for hire.
Oh. Okay. No, that makes sense. Okay, I understand.
It's a whole thing like that. There's paperwork involved. You don't have to do that if you help out, by the way. Unless there's damages. Look, legalese is for later.
So as the two of you continue to prepare this good cop, bad cop routine and go into a bit more detail of it, you all begin to realise, you hear a knock at the door as well, and are informed that you are coming into Trasvalar now. And anyone standing outside and looking towards where the caravans are heading, you will see where the twisted trees of the Whispering Woods begin to become less and less prominent. It gives way to an open field of green grass that is beginning to sprout fully as summer is around the corner. You first see the sun beaming up above, shining its light against porcelain white walls that are hundreds and hundreds of feet up into the air, lifting and wrapping around the entirety of this massive city. It goes on the walls for as long as the eye can see, to the left and the right. And then at some points it cuts and interjects and goes into a different line. From a top-down perspective, and what you would know, this city is divided into almost like a hexagon shape. Divided and split in the middle by several walls and layers. Each section is dedicated to one specific god of this city. The city has chosen 7 gods to represent it. As you grow closer and closer in, you can see just the tips of some of these places of worship, almost like pyramids, but they are scattered throughout. One of them is slightly closer to the eastern side, and you can see the tip of that pyramid is painted in almost a darker, almost black colour, but has a slight green hue to it. But the most prominent thing that you can see, the thing that goes above the walls as well, is in the centre of this city, there is a mountain that rises upwards and scrapes the sky, reaching very close to the clouds, but never actually touching them. Just about out of hand's reach almost. This mountain is carved in the centre and has a large tunnel where a river runs through. The mountain itself has buildings wrapping around, a road that warps its way up. And you can see those buildings, but they are small, which shows you how big this mountain is and how far away you are, and how deep into the city this goes. You continue your journey and then eventually find yourselves at the main gate, where there is a large portcullis and as well armed guards standing patrolling the walls themselves, but as well on the ground. You can see a variety of races here, both human as well as some larger, one being a kind of large ogre who stands at the guard and kind of gives a nod and waves and gestures over. Seeing Dargar at the front as he waves everyone in, he kind of gives a knowing nod, knowing that the circus is coming, and you just hear the odd voice just say, "I didn't realize you were here so early. I thought we were expecting you tomorrow. Does that mean we'll get a show tonight?" And you just hear Dargar reply, "Well, we are here to entertain after all, so yes, we will be here tonight as well." And you just hear the caravan continue forward, and all of the caravan goers begin to reach out and wave towards the guards as they will smile and wave back. The guards themselves are all dressed in these kind of like silver metal pieces, both chest pieces as well as blades and helmets. Each one emblazoned with where the chiseled bit of mid-center armor, it almost goes into like a point, and you can see it's almost like a 6-pointed star with a 7-point being protruding outwards. Very sharp to the tip, it looks like, which you wouldn't want to get anywhere close to these guards. you usher through, and the first thing you see is just a large community. You see buildings of varying sizes. You see the cobbled streets are decorated with buntings and flags across columns and decorated with a beauty behind them. This place is a celebration of sorts, and the main entrance that you find yourself in currently seems to be one dedicated to a godly figure, one which depicts life, the god of life, the first and creator, known as Moradin. You can see the kind of decorations are mostly in orange, and they're vibrant in display. The people walk through the streets with a smile on their faces as they see your main squad rolling up now. The actual caravan of the traveling circus does bring a delight and a joy to most of their faces, and you can see young kids popping their head out. You can see even the guards smiling and waving your direction as well. In the main center of the city, where that mountain rises up, you can almost see almost like masts of ships. It seems like there is a central reservoir in the middle of this mountain and surrounds it completely. You can see ships are docked in the bay. There are hundreds and hundreds of large and small ships, all varying in sizes. And it is a very strange and very populated city. And for those who aren't too used to this sort of city, you feel almost like the pressure of it getting a bit to you. What is everyone looking for as they enter Trasvilar? What is the first thing that kind of pops into your mind to see or to find?
Shopping. Where's the marketplace?
Sienna would be focused, because we're entering through the Moradin territory. She'd be focused on like looking for the temple, like having a look out, and also she'd be noticing the guards and giving a nod to at each one that they pass in recognition.
Mm-hmm. You see a couple of them looking your way, Sienna. None of these are seemingly direct representatives of Moradin. They seem to be mostly guards of the city. But you do see on occasion there is the one figure dressed in more of like an orange attire, blending the two colours of the like main silver that seems to be of the city with that kind of dash of orange that represents Moradin. So you do see a couple of them kind of look over in your direction. And you can see they have like an odd look to you, as if like perhaps they know you, but they just continue forward and get distracted by either the circus or something happening in the general vicinity.
I don't want to mention the sword Sienna has. Actually, I don't think I ever told you, Max. I imagine that she has that from her last job, so from when she worked in Orderlin. So it would probably be an official weapon from the job.
Okay.
If it's not noticeable.
Mm-hmm. Finely crafted weapon, and you can see they acknowledge that. Being associated with Moradin, there is an incline towards craft and care of these sorts of things, be it weaponry, but also fine crafts and elements that have been made by hand. They do stare at your weapon, and there is a moment where one of them just kind of walk up to you. Where did you get that weapon from?
It was handed to me when I had my first day on the job.
First day on the job? You're a guard for Moradin?
Not specifically, no, not quite. I worked in Orderlin for a while as a guard. And these were made, I think, by a cleric of Moradin. They never exactly specified.
Okay, so this
but
is
I am a
gift.
follower of Moradin, coincidentally.
Oh, very well. I apologise for the burst in my reaction. We've seen a few people besmirch the name of Moradin, use their weapons in ill faith. But if you are a priest, or at least a learner, or some sort of affiliate, then we'll let this slide. See, he kind of chuckles to himself.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Well, if you want to pop by the temple, it's available for you.
Thank you. I will definitely do that.
Good. He kind of like continues his patrol after maybe even like sending you to prison or something, depending on how that conversation would have went. You continue through, and other things that you notice in this city as you're passing down the different sections, you are making your way eastward and kind of anti-clockwise around the city, and you see there is these other walls that intersect, and you seem to be heading towards one which is noted down as kind of like this more pinkish colours, more bright, and you can hear music kind of just fluttering out from that sector, but you continue to just course through. One thing that does kind of every so often appear overhead, you see almost like these winged creatures that for a moment look like small birds, but you realise that they are just very far away. And then you hear the screeching of them. These almost draconic looking figures. Is someone's mic static?
It's not mine.
There we go. It's fixed itself now.
Yay.
So you see not these small birds, but rather these large draconic creatures. You see these wyverns flying overhead and ducking down and finding themselves going through the tunnel that leads in this mountain. Just fly in and seem to almost like latch themselves onto something inside. This main mountain seems to be almost a homestead for these wyverns. And on occasion you could see them almost saddled. There was almost a glint of silver on the back of them. And you can see through gestures and people kind of muttering to themselves that these are wyvern riders. There are guards that actually ride these beasts and kind of fly over and patrol some of the areas. Continuing through, Rory will approach both Sienna and Ven. All right, are you ready to go shopping? We're going to let the rest of them set up shop. They are going to the Teller sector. We are going to go and stay in the Moradin sector, so we're going to look around and do some shopping there.
Perfect. Yes, let's go.
All right, and you see he just kind of gestures over towards Hank and Hunter, who then also join along. You see Hank still has the small little plush of him in the back pocket, as he just kind of has it there tight. Hello. And he just waves. And you continue on your way into the Moradin sector. The caravan continues east, finds itself in what is known as Teller's section of the city. Teller is the god of stories and magic. He is also a god that is not of the pantheon. There is a pantheon where the gods derive from, where Moradin and Sahanin were the father and the mother, and their offspring became the pantheon itself. Gods like the Raven Queen or Ayun or Coralin, all of these gods are derived from these two entities, and they created their own family. But through the world and how power can be achieved, Teller has uprooted itself and has become a god of stories, tales, and fables, who no one really knows how they got about, how they were created, or where they came from, but they know that they aren't a part of the main pantheon itself. They're a god alongside, adjacent to, with powers similar to that of a deity, and is preached and kind of prayed to in the same fashion. The caravan continues through this sector and eventually finds itself in almost like the small dock area, where there are large ships just on display, and rather than having a tent created, you can see there is one already almost being put up for you. The caravan arrives and you see Dargo with almost a delighted expression across his face, and you see there are a few people just kind of waving off in his direction. Dargo just whispers to himself, "Oh, that's quite a big tent. I wasn't expecting so... All right." He just kind of looks around. Thorn and Thordain, the two of you are present. Wow. This will be probably for a couple 100,000. All right. Well, he looks towards the group. We made a decision to come here, and we made such a prominent name that we are going to be performing for hundreds of thousands of people. Don't let that get in the way of your performance. Let it enhance it. Let it make you grow in the moment. display what you can to the masses, and we'll try and figure out if we can work around in our performances. Where's Hank? Oh, he's gone shopping. Fuck.
Van's just profusely sweating now.
Oh, right. There we go. We'll just... Fuck it. We'll just do it. We'll see what we can do. We have 5 hours, because we always play at night. So get ready, everyone, and see you back here for where the performance of a lifetime will happen.
Didn't say that with much confidence.
He begins to go over towards the people who are building parts of the city, these constructors, and he just begins to say, all right, where are the VIPs sitting? You just hear this kind of mad rush of Dargar running around and trying to figure out everything, micromanaging. But yeah, so Ven, Sienna, and 3 others begin to head out and go into the shops, to the city. What are Thorn and Thodane up to?
If Sienna's already left, Thorn kind of like she looks very nervous, so she's just like sticking close to Thodane, almost kind of uncomfortably, like following behind him everywhere he goes. But it's more of just like better for me than everybody else. And also she hides her hair and
With the bandana.
she puts her hood up and she puts the bandana on the birthmark in her hair as well. So she's just like the awkward, almost sort of like personal guard, what it looks like to Thodane.
Don't mind erosion.
But yeah.
Spray bottles, don't mind erosion. Thodane honestly is in hurry up and wait mode.
Yeah.
The thing that he wants to do, he needs to get word on it first. So it's hang around and help out, really.
As you're kind of hanging around and figuring things out, I'd like you to roll a perception check.
Oh no.
Oh, again.
So many perception checks. Stop it.
Add that on the tab. Perception.
Hey.
21.
Nice.
Okay. So, as you begin to look around, you can overhear Dargar's kind of conversation. You're half there, half paying attention. You're doing your own thing, and as you hear Dargar just kind of talking out to the people, you do hear another voice kind of talk to him. Dargar, I see that you have arrived. Congratulations on your journey. As you hear the voice, you turn over, and you just hear Dargar say, Korthak, I didn't realize you were going to be here. Oh. And he begins to walk over, and what you see, turning around the corner with a few guards with him, a few of these stars, these main members of Transvillar, who wear that kind of emblazoned point in the seven-pointed star across their chest. You see this large, about 7 foot tall, wide-shouldered dragonborn of this kind of bronze scales, but you can see that his tendrils that rise out from his hair are long and they go back past this large heavy armor that he's wearing. You can see a blade issued in the back between his shoulder blades, tucked away. You can see a shield on the side of his armor just dangling, and all of them have this kind of sheen and shimmer across them as though enchanted magically. He walks with a defiant stance, stands wide-shouldered, and walks forward with intent and with this very controlling and very powerful aura to him. You see Dargar smile in his direction and kind of give a nod.
No.
Walks up.
Thodane's a badass. Let that stand.
Meanwhile, this large dragonborn, you can see the scales, although they are bronze, at the edges of them, you can see them almost turning into this greenish patina, as though like oxidation has begun to kick in slightly. And he stands and walks over towards Dargar. And Dargar's larger than him. Dargar stands at about 9 foot and he's quite wide. But with his presence alone, you almost don't even see the height difference between the two. Korthak reaches over, grabs his hand, and gives him a firm shake. "It is good to see you again, my friend." And he gives him a side and a hit on the side of the arm. "You said that you were arriving tomorrow. I'm surprised that you're here so early. I was going to surprise you with a larger audience." You see Darga just kind of looks over with a slight confusion. You could have informed us beforehand, Korthak. I was preparing for like 1,000 people, not 100,000. Well, you always work well under pressure, Darga, so this is quite pressure sensitive. I thought you would enjoy this. Yes, of course we do. That's fine. We'll
Can I
adapt.
insight check that?
Sure,
Can I
yeah,
insight
go
check
for it.
being German?
Can I insight check to see how Thodane's feeling around all these ginormous people?
Oh yeah,
You need to insight check that.
Everywhere he goes.
no change whatsoever. 14.
14, okay. Thodane, you can see that Dargar's a little bit flustered. But you can see he's almost comforted by Korthak's radiance. There is something that kind of helps soothe the soul as he stands there with a grin across his face, his large kind of draconic mouth, just staring at him and giving him a smile. "I see that you have quite a large ensemble. This will be quite a good performance. I look forward to it. There are many people coming this day, Darga. I will inform you. I kind of hyped up your performance a little bit. We have envoys coming over from Les Ronces. They want to see the show. They will be arriving actually today, which is quite a feat. So be prepared, I guess." Dargar just kind of shakes his head. I would prefer you not say anything more, Korthak. Thank you. I will sort it out. Solista, and he just begins to head off. Korthak still standing there looking around at the rest of this kind of troupe, the circus act, and just kind of smiles. He notices you, Thodane, staring at him.
I wave.
Thorn just sort of like bends down, sort of like to Thodane, just to be like, "You know who that is?"
The guy I mentioned.
Which guy? You kind of mentioned a few.
Korthak.
Oh.
He begins to stride in your direction.
She just says, "He is not what I imagined," and stands back up of being the intimidating silent guard, almost.
As he gets closer, my head goes from this to...
Yep. Just all the way up.
Hello, how can I help you? I saw you staring in my direction.
Yeah, well, you kind of got an impressive figure.
Oh, thank you.
Hi, I'm Fodane Neef. I hold my hand out.
Korthak Brighthearth. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. Thodane Neath. Interesting surname.
Yeah, I believe you knew a relative of mine.
So you're one of them, are you?
One of them.
I'm inside checking the hell out
What
of
does
that
that mean?
them.
Is he just
Fuck,
racist?
that's one
What
of
does that
them.
mean?
Yes,
What
Korthak
does that
is racist.
mean?
First NPC from the last campaign. He's no
Is
racist.
he just insanely racist?
Well, no, that's not true. The Martells are also from Musk. Yeah, I take that back.
Just an 11, and I wasn't suspicious of lying, so my advantage doesn't apply.
He looks at you. Look, I apologize for what happened to your sister, Neath, Thodane Neath. This isn't something that I was aware of. Let's just say that. If you're looking for vengeance, which I get an inkling that you're looking for something, you won't find it with me. I defended your sister.
Oh, I'm aware. Did she ever tell you what I do for a living?
Yes, she did. Luckily enough. That's why I know not to say much. I try to not get involved with detectives.
Well, we tend to get involved where we're needed.
But you also pry in places that you shouldn't be.
Sometimes where we shouldn't be, by your standards, is exactly where I should be.
So you tell me, Thordain Neath, what is it you want to know?
Who set her up?
This is implying that she is innocent in all of this.
Yeah. You've met her. I'm not. She's not my favourite person, but the things she was accused of? Nah, that ain't her. That ain't Kiv.
You see, he kind of stands up after leaning into you. And I agree completely with you, Thordain. I believe that she was also set up. Because when someone uses the word the Awoken, I don't take it too kindly. I tend to look into this sort of matter personally. I've had thick ties with the Awoken before, and they have caused quite a stir in this city, in both my leadership and its previous one. I know that your sister is innocent in all of this, but unfortunately, the judicial system is cloak and dagger. You have to tend to the masses. And when words like that are used, all people see is green.
I'm well aware. I'm aware that something had to be done. I'm not particularly happy with what was done, but I don't think anyone could blame me in that case. Now, the thing is, not long before it was said all of this, let's just say, unfortunate business came about, she sent me a letter. Max, this is where I didn't write it down, and I'm now. This is now a. I don't know if Fode would have brought it.
That's your call.
I need a coin.
If you want to roll a d20 and say 10 or higher,
yeah.
You have it. 10 or lower, you don't.
Yeah, that is fair. Roll. I don't have it.
You left the document on your table in Leyrance.
Yeah, I left it in my safe. I didn't want to carry it around. Yeah,
I know a letter was sent, Thordain. I allowed it to happen against the court. There is no one more on your sister's side than me. I was hoping that she would be my successor, but unfortunately, these sorts of backlashes tend to affect that sort of run. So, she was given one final chance. She could wait in prison until further judgment, or she could be issued somewhere else and handled in their authority. The Awoken have affected much, Thordain. They have hurt many people, and everyone wants their blood. So when they hear that name, they will do anything to get a hand on them. She chose one place. She chose to go to Leyrance. And it frustrates me to see you here, because she thought that you could help her. But clearly you're not there.
I'm here to help her. I'm aware of how these things work. When she was rushed out of here, she would have left something behind. At least if she's the same sister I remember.
She was very clever. She is very clever. And I would not speak highly of someone with ease. It takes a lot for me to approve of them. And your sister, she was one of the best ones.
Yeah,
And
a lot of people have said that. I've heard it quite a bit. It's a bit infuriating. Now, as much as I'd like to hear you wax poetic about my sister till the cows come home, she said she had evidence of something. Something big. Now,
before
we're
you
lucky-
continue any further, Thodane, I would issue a warning. The Awoken have been in these halls before. They have masqueraded as priests and high priests and followers of divinity. They despise them so much that they will masquerade themselves as their own, to learn and to infect those around them. You need to be careful with who you share this information with. I am a trusted source, because I cannot be influenced. But everyone else, I do not trust. Time has taught me one thing. You can make allies, but will they ever last?
With all due respect, I don't really care. You wanna know my main reason for being here, mate? Finally my chance to get one up on her. So, with that, with a very selfless motivation, but the fact that, from what I've heard, she actually spoke highly of me talents as an investigator. Not sure about my character. I just want to know where she'd put something she wanted to keep a hand for later. And if you don't want to tell me, I'll find it myself in my own damn time.
The place has already been raided. The stars made sure that they looked through everything that she possessed. If you want
Yeah,
to
she's
check the
not
remnants of that homestead, she lived in the Bahamut sector, on the mountain
And
itself.
And if I were a 2-bit investigator of any, persuasion, be that religious or otherwise, I would have stopped looking at her house too. But I'm not. So where else did she like to go?
There were a few places that she always visited. The Ashen Fields, the Gardens of Ashtar, the library in Tella. It is known as... This is where I have to check my notes.
Okay.
Alright, that gives me a second to say, what the fuck, Max?
What the fuck do you mean? What the fuck?
Tales from the Study. It is a library embedded into the side of the walls connecting Corlin and Tella. Through there you'll find a place that she used to go to quite a lot. Another area that she had went to, which I don't know why, it is an abandoned place, a tavern or something. I don't know what it's called. It's something along the lines of Crown's End. I don't know of its significance, but she always said she would go there. And rather than spend time in her own home, she would go there. That's as much information as I can give you, Thodane, because unfortunately I don't know much more.
I appreciate the info you gave me. Max, I have one immediate thought on that tavern.
Mm-hmm.
We put in my backstory that I helped out my dad with his business.
Yeah.
Do I know a tavern in this area that he supplied
Yeah.
with that kind of name?
It's called the Crown's End.
Excellent.
and it's also located in Teller's sector as well.
Well, I appreciate the help. And yeah, I do apologise for my manner a bit. Not entirely. My sister's a sore subject, but I appreciate that you did stand up for her. Now, if you excuse me, I'm about to finish that job.
You head off, and he just smiles. Very much like your sister.
Did I hear that?
You did, yeah.
He starts brisk walk, angry walking that away. Just, I do not care for that. I do not care for
Thorn
that.
follows and Thorn follows and she's like, was I supposed to be a good guard or bad guard in that situation? Because I really didn't understand.
That one was stand there and make sure I don't get stabbed. So, good job.
She doesn't say anything, but she's just like, all right, go me.
Thorn, as you begin to kind of scurry off and follow Thodane, you do see Korthek kind of stand there and just kind of look at you as well, and just watch as you head off in his direction.
I think I see him looking and sort of just like snarl or hiss at him. Not like, just like try to intimidate a little bit, but she's not really looking for a fight or anything. She just wants to intimidate if she can. But she cared that much.
Roll an intimidation check.
Uh-oh.
That's it!
I know this.
I'm gonna give you
I know this is what I wanted, but fuck.
Oh my god.
You know, bardic inspiration.
Yay!
Fuck yeah!
Okay, so it was intimidation, yeah?
Yeah. You can add a plus
Do I have
6.
advantage,
you
or-
can add a d6 if you want to, or you can just add +2. Is it +1 or +2 to the roll because of your jack of all trades?
You'd add half your proficiency, which at this level is +2, yeah.
Okay, so that would be a 1.
I'm just gonna...
So you add 1 to the roll, or you
Okay.
can add a d6.
I will add a d6. Okay, hold on. 1d6. Let's fucking go. That's funny. Okay.
Okay.
She just
23.
sort of like almost nonchalantly, she just snarls and turns back to follow Thodane.
You kind of snarl in his direction, and you see Korthek stands there and just gives this kind of like strange look. His scruffles at the end of his nose. Strange people. He heads back, and you just begin to hear him talking with Dargar as he's kind of like flustered. What sort of company are you keeping, Dargar?
Oh, I did what I wanted to do. I'm happy.
So both Thodane and Thorn begin to head off. Before we end today's session, we're just going to go over quickly to Ven and Sienna. The two of you alongside Hunter, as well as Hank and Rory, the 5 of you are heading through the streets. I'd like both of you just to roll either a survival check, investigation check, or a perception check, as you begin to kind of get your bearings in the general vicinity and just see what's going on.
Alrighty, so it was perception, investigation,
Perception,
or
survival, or investigation.
Ooh.
Those are all horrible for me.
I will do survival. A 13.
Okay, so the two of you begin to follow Rory's lead. Rory seems to have like an understanding of this area. So does Hunter. The two of them just seem to kind of like walk around. You see they bring a lot of eyes to them as well. They seem to be almost like not big celebrities, but at least at a level enough where the odd person does kind of look at them and go, oh my god, it's them. You just see that every so often. It gets a bit annoying eventually. You see Hunter's like bigging it up. He's like, that's right, it's us. Hey, hi, good to see you again. I don't remember what the fuck that was, but hey, good to see you, man. Yeah, did you enjoy our last performance? I don't remember doing that. But hey, look, good to see you again. He's just kind of like doing that constantly. You do pick up that there is a bit of like a disassociation that Hunter has. He just doesn't seem to like grasp these people, or at least understand what they're saying to him. He's like, cool, nice. You enjoy the fire?
Just like soundboard.
Great. exactly. Yeah, he's just saying all these like copy paste lines. Meanwhile, Hank's just kind of like looking over ahead. I don't really see any of these shops. Are we looking for a market or? Rory's just looking around. No, we are looking for food. Come on, Hank. We're looking for food. Find it. You see, he just kind of like begins to move around quickly. I'm just going to head down this alleyway. You guys continue, and I'll have a look around. You see, Rory begins to like roll off into one of the alleyways to try and find something. Meanwhile, the two of you are looking around. You wanted to say something, Leonie?
Did he give us instructions what we're supposed to find, or just food?
No,
Were we given a list?
No, he's just kind of like said, go and look. That's all he said.
Yeah, great.
It is loaf.
I mean, I have some recipes. We could get groceries for them, I guess, since we weren't really given a
Or
list.
just have something that I can easily make for a large group of people, like some stir maybe, or something of the sort.
Something like
Just
that.
a lot of vegetables. Broth. Sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, I guess so.
Gonna start looking for stuff when they sell vegetables, I guess.
You eventually, as you're in the kind of Moradin sector now, you can see that this is much more of like a residential area. There's more buildings here, more homesteads, more buildings on top of buildings where people seem to be coming in and out of. Less establishments, but more so kind of home living. But this means that there is a local market that seems to be happening in one of the sectors. You can see like down the alleyway and where it kind of comes to a dead end. There seems to be a large, almost like foray of different foods, meats, as well as vegetables and freshly caught fish that are just on display here. And you can see all sorts just kind of like, we have some salmon here, we have some salmon, just kind of like someone trying to sell their wares. You see someone go, I'll buy that. And he just kind of rushes over and picks it up and, this is good, I'll buy it. You just see like these strange eclectic mix of people just kind of going back and forth, purchasing and acquiring different types of food. You guys kind of find, is there anything that you're looking for in particular?
Cabbage.
Cabbage.
I guess vegetables, and then we'll look at the fish.
Okay.
See if it's any good based on, his knowledge.
Hopefully, we'll have to ask this when Frey gets back, but hopefully Fennel isn't, offended.
I mean, wouldn't fish be their main,
I don't know.
I mean, unless they're all vegetarians, I guess.
I don't know. We'll ask him when he gets back.
Does he count as a fish?
You can't say that.
What
That's
did I just say,
slander.
Leonie? What did I just say?
Anyways, is there any good fish?
Yeah, you look around and you do find that there is a large display. There's like almost like this homemade display of where the food is presented, like a small tray of wood that seems to be hand carved into the shape of a boat. It seems like a riverboat of sorts, long and wide, and you can see hanging off of it and different hooks that seem to be attached to a mast. You see different meats and different fishes that have been collected. Most of them seem to be a lot of fish, but there is the odd kind of bit of meat here. You get the sense that perhaps there is meat here because there are creatures that blend together when it comes to fish and meat. The world is strange. And you can see some of these are just depicted here. The guy behind is this very large individual. You see kind of long dreadlocks down at the back of their head. You can see coral necklace as well as this kind of large display of almost interconnected bits of shale that have been collected over the years and give this almost bright sandy beach color against the t-shirt area. And this individual has light blue skin, almost aquamarine at points. And you can see seems to be almost a triton of sorts. You can see gills at the side of their neck. You can see a fray of the ears where they kind of floof out. And as well as these kind of winglets on the side of their arms. Tattooed up and down the mid-torso and down towards the legs. You see he just kind of looks around with this glee, maybe about in his 50s or so. He sees you kind of approach then. Hey, hi, how can I help you?
Oh, hello. We're just looking to get some fish.
Well, you came to the right
Anything
place.
fresh?
I've got so many fish. It's coming out of my ears. Please buy some fish.
Well, what do you recommend for a stew, perhaps?
Stu, are you looking to magically enchant it of some kind?
No, we're just we're with the circus, so we're preparing food for everyone.
You're with the circus. What's that? What's a circus?
Maybe you should come see it.
Oh, sure.
Big giant tent over there in that direction.
What's a tent?
Is he being serious?
Okay,
Like
well,
it-
I've got fish. Let's see.
Yeah.
Big enough for a stew, you say. He begins to like lean down and get through different bits. You see he picks up this massive tentacle and puts it onto the table. We've got this. This is a tentacle from a kraken, if you want something like that.
You know, I'm just going for something simple. You know, just some regular
Simple.
fish.
This is quite simple. It's just a tentacle. It's like an octopus,
like,
but big.
You know, not of that kind. Just fish. You know.
This is fish.
Okay.
Well, it like
Maybe
points to like
some
what Ben
sardines?
knows a fish is. Something
Some
like that, you know. But smaller, like we're not, you know, something like that.
You've lost me completely. But I'll see what else I have. All right, 1 second. You see he begins to kind of go through. He's reaching into this chest, and you see that his body goes into the chest and his legs kind of dangle out for a moment. Don't worry. I'm just reaching in. All right, no. I've got a lot of kraken, I'll be honest. Let me just... It might take me a little bit. 1 second. You see he climbs
Am I
into
also
the
seeing
chest,
this, or is this
and he
just
goes
Ben?
into the chest. He completely disappears from view as he's now in this box that seems to just ascend downwards infinitely. You see he begins to throw things out, just this kind of mass of darkness, just this kind of like pieces of fish begin to fly out. You see this massive red snapper of a fish with this kind of like red and gold almost hue to the scales. You can see it's been freshly killed as it's just there laying. It's probably about the
that
same
one.
size as about Hank, maybe a little bit larger than him.
What? Oh, never mind. Fucking hell! How
He
are we
pops his
supposed to
head out.
carry that?
This was quite a difficult thing to get, I'll be honest. The red snappers in the oceans just outside of here, they can be a bit heavy. But luckily for us, we have this thing. And he taps on the chest. If it wasn't for this, we'll be stuck and wouldn't be able to carry anything.
Yeah.
Do you want the red snapper?
No.
No. Can I point to like one on the stall that's like normal
Oh,
big
that's
size?
fake. That's fake. That's just display.
What? Why?
Do you have something this size?
I can't display this on that. It's tiny, so I just make a replica.
Yes, we would.
But do
we
you
would
have
something
something-
tiny?
That size?
What do you want, sardines?
Yes, for example.
No, you don't put sardines into a
Okay.
stew. No.
Anchovies.
Okay, I-
What is it you're looking for? Do you want caviar?
I don't know. No, do you have like, I don't know.
Regular
Some-
fish. Is that what you're going to say again?
Yes.
No, I wasn't going to say that.
You were,
I
weren't
meant,
you?
you know,
I could see. I
some
could see.
tuna or something like that.
Tuna.
Tuna?
See? Tuna. I can do.
Tuna.
I don't know. Okay,
He
a
heads into the
bass.
chest. What do you
Just
want?
walk
Tuna,
away.
bass.
Just walk
What is
away.
it you want?
Is there another fish stall?
You begin to look around, and you see you aren't in a fish market. This is just a food market, food stores. He's the only one selling fish. If you want to look for fish, you're probably
Ben,
best going to the
Ben.
port.
Then how about instead of fish, make regular meat, or we make a vegetable stew?
You know what? You're probably
I'm right here. Yeah. I don't see why you're trying to like
hold on for a
hide this
second.
information.
Well, you know what? We actually forgot our wallets.
No, we
so
didn't.
We're gonna go. And it just drags you with me away from the stall.
Robbie, you picked the charisma class, right?
What's happening?
At this point, you see Hank arrive. What's going
Oh
on?
my god.
That guy already has massive fish.
Nothing.
Are we buying
Just-
that?
No.
We don't have that kind of money.
Oh, we do.
In fact, I don't. We do.
We do? What's our budget?
Rory gave me 10 platinum.
What?
Well, that would have been nice to know.
Oh, did he not
Who's
tell
gonna
you?
carry
Oh,
that?
sorry.
Oh,
Okay.
I can carry it.
Are you sure?
My back will hurt, but I can, yeah.
Oh,
These
but I don't think
people
you
are
have to get
too
them
rich
your-
for their own good.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I can do it. Hunter, you can carry the tail. Hunter just looks at him. No, I'm fucking not. I'm not touching that thing. That thing's disgusting.
Wait, so are we getting the red snapper then?
Are you sure people would like it? Is anyone allergic to fish?
Oh, well, Celista doesn't eat, so I guess she's allergic to
That
food.
doesn't count as being allergic.
Pardon?
So.
What do you
Yeah,
mean?
she's dead. She's dead. She doesn't have a heart. She said she doesn't have a heart. I'm pretty sure
No,
she's dead.
Well-
she's not dead. She drinks water.
That doesn't qualify one for not being dead.
Alright, well, okay. We can grab some vegetables, and
Yes.
then... Do we want fish or do we want meat?
Honestly, I could go vegetarian food. Vegetarian tastes great. Like, no meat and no complicated people trying to sell you gigantic fish.
You know what?
Feed the, like,
Okay, we could do like a vegetarian thing
Yes,
then.
we can do vegetarian. Let's just buy a whole fuck ton of vegetables because apparently our budget is insanely big. I'm
Alright,
gonna pick the best of vegetable.
vegetables it is.
So you
Is that
begin-
okay with you guys?
waltz and grab it with a will.
Yeah, it works for me. I love veggies.
That's
Nice.
good.
You should always eat your veggies. That's like eating 101.
There's a store over there that sell the veg. Should we go over and ask?
Perfect. Yes.
Yep.
You walk over and you see that there is a large selection of different veg and fruit that have just been displayed and out, freshly picked it seems. There's an area in Moradin sector where there are small farmsteads that are within the walls, protected, and they themselves have their own secondary wall of protection to stop anyone from going in and stealing some food. You can see there is a dwarf figure who seems to be kind of manning this, ruddy reddish beard, bald on top, probably stands at about 4 foot or so, very broad-shouldered, and you can see their skin is quite burnt from being in the sun a lot, farmer tan pretty much. He looks over. Well, hey there, how can I help you?
Howdy.
We'd like some vegetables, please.
Oh, of course. Yeah, no worries. What are you looking for?
Can I just list out everything we'll need
Yeah,
first?
yeah, we got that. Yeah, we got that too. Yeah,
And like an amount of roughly 15 people would be perfect.
yeah, we can sort that out for you. No problem.
Amazing. How much would that be?
That'll be 5 platinum.
Hey,
Nice.
I'm only joking.
Jeez.
It's 5 gold. I do a little joke.
God,
Yeah.
that was a good one. Very funny.
Thanks. I try my best. I'm learning to be a comedian.
Ah,
You're doing great.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
I'm
So
gonna
I'll get these
just sort of
veggies for you.
just hand over one of the platinum so so we can cover the 5 gold pieces. Jesus Christ, these people.
He
Maybe we
means,
could get something for dessert.
Yes.
Can I
After-
quickly
There's some
grab
blueberries.
some
Quick, get
some
out some
ingredients for like a blueberry pie or something like that?
Sure,
Yes.
yeah. Yeah, you pick up some blueberries from this individual as well. You can see Hank is mainly carrying this red snapper over his shoulder now as he's handing you
We
the...
bought it.
we did.
We get it.
He got it in hand.
He got it.
No.
For fuck's sake.
You see Rory's just there
Oh my
kind of
God.
like handing over the coin as he's kind of like purchased it without you guys having talked to him about it.
That's fair.
And Hank just has it over his shoulder.
I mean, it's their money. They can buy what they want with it.
Looking
Alright.
around then, you do see that there is a pastry shop as well. You can see that there is a small kind of setup of a pastry shop where there is a small stand, and you can see a glass cabinet covering most of the pastries here. Some seem to be like cakes, as well as muffins, as well as some just a general assortment of patisserie that's been left and kind of gathered in one place. And you can, as you kind of look in that direction, you can almost smell instantly this blood orange chocolate cake that seems to be there on display. You can see it's currently lifting up from the glass cabinet, and they seem to be cutting into a piece of it and handing it to one of the prospects.
If you saw Van next to you, the next second he's gone. He's in that store, standing in line, I'm assuming, and he is eyeing that blood orange. Okay.
Yeah, Sienna's gonna follow after.
Excuse
listening to
me,
the other persons.
how much is a piece of that?
You look over and you see this kind of elderly woman, maybe about half-elven of sorts, tall, slender. She looks over. Oh, no, it'll be 5 copper pieces, half a silver.
Van kind of looks at her for a second, and then he gives her a whole gold piece.
Oh,
Hey.
I appreciate that greatly. Thank you. And you kind of place it in
course.
the palm. They take it. They begin to slice into the cake. You see, as they're slicing into it, the person by your side, you see they kind of look down, eating the cake themselves, and you just hear them say, "Oh, it's quite a nice cake, hey."
It's the best kind of cake.
You get your piece and you kind of begin to eat into it. You look up at this figure and you see almost like your heart stops for a moment, like your chest just goes heavy, and you see a face that is very, very reminiscent. You see Frederick, and this is where we'll end today's session.
What do you mean? What do you mean, Max? What do you mean?
Frederick!
What do you mean? What do you mean? Who's Frederick?
What do you mean by that, Max? Do you mean I literally see him, or is it reminiscent of him?
You see him, yeah. Not in the same attire that you had seen him before, but you see.
Oh no!
You see him there.
How
What do
many
you
bullshit
mean?
secrets do
What's
you
that?
got?
Oh no! Oh no! Well,
It appears to be a secret disconnected to the shadow demons, so that's at least something.
Maybe?
He's fucking Siren, that's what he is.
Shut up.
no.
Fuck up. That's what I thought he was gonna say. I was like, wait, what do you mean?
No. Not the same person.
What the fuck?
Alright, so several revelations this session. Mostly the fact that Donate's sister was investigating the Awoken.
What the fuck is up with that?
Oh, but it's not my voice.
So, again, me and Robbie here are new. How big a deal is that Dragonborn guy?
So, Max, are you gonna pay for my next therapy session, or what's up?
Oh boy.
Do you too,
Oh boy.
Unbelievable.
Boy.
So that's what that fucking ominous message was.
What do you want me to
Talking
say?
about?
For
Ominous
reference,
message?
for
Oh, when
reference,
we have to
I
leave.
sent him a sketch page, a wholesome sketch page
Oh,
of Ven's past,
told me
and
that.
he replies with, "Oh, I'm worried with where Ven's story's going." What do you mean by that? What do you mean?
What the
Hey,
fuck?
maybe you're meeting someone from your past and you just get to enjoy a piece of cake with him, okay? Maybe this is
Yeah.
good.
For what I gather from Max and style, there is
No,
nothing wholesome.
no.
There's only the seeds of future tragedy.
Yeah. Yeah. What the fuck's going on? What's going on? I don't get it. I don't get any of it.
But you know that sound that's currently going around Instagram where it's like, I got out of the building and then you're like, I'm back in the fucking building! Yes, that's the fucking Awoken! Ah!
I'm back in the fucking building again! Oh my god!
Martha,
But of course,
my love!
getting rid of the leader of an organization doesn't get rid of the organization 20 years later.
What is happening? Why are the Awoken
they-
here?
But they put another clone,
you
and
have
now they're
something
following
to
a new
answer.
clone.
So we
Oh,
are
for fuck's
still
sake.
streaming.
Are we still?
Yeah, we are.
Yeah. I thought I'd just let this rant stay in. I just thought this would be gold.
Yeah, that's fair.
What the
And you know
fuck?
what's the worst? People don't
What
even
the
know
fuck?
what the fuck the Awoken is.
No.
Well,
Oh my
Honestly-
god!
none of the videos from the old campaign are online anymore. So there they actually
They
go.
are online. They're in a private thing. I still
Yeah.
have them.
Yeah,
Also,
they're still on the
Wait,
account.
before we end, if you guys want to keep updated with the campaign and everything, we have an Instagram where we post updates and little clips of this series and stuff. We have another campaign on Tuesdays. Here's the link to the Instagram in the
Yes.
chat on Twitch right now and on YouTube, which I will send right now. And yeah, if you like this episode, hit that like and subscribe button.
Hit that like and subscribe button.
Hey, someone has to plug the socials.
Okay.
Well done,
Yes.
Molly. Thank you. Thank you
You're
guys for
welcome.
watching. We'll see you next week, if not before. Have a good week and see you next time.
Assuming we get out of therapy by then, yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
Bye bye.
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 Oh my god. What the fuck is happening?
What the fuck, Max?
What the fuck, Max?
Max.
Fuck, Max. That's the point. What the
Good.
fuck?
What the fuck is wrong with
hell?
you?
What do you mean?
Back in the fucking
How
building again.
How close am I to having pissed off Darth Vader but good there? Because now I'm
It's
worried.
fine. Again,
It was very
Go take a
amazing to
chill.
watch.
I thought I all but said, "You can't do shit. I'll fix your mistake." To his face.
Oh yeah, that was dumb. That was dumb. I'm not gonna lie. He's a bit proud of himself.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, but he seems to be
Honestly,
on board with the fact that he's not done a good job, though. So I'm confused.
yeah, again, he's a good guy. Don't worry. I think out of our last party, only one person really managed to piss him off a lot, and that person managed to piss off everybody.
Yeah, so it's
So-
not really anything new.
No.
But it would be hilarious, and just hear me out, if Jack was the one that started pissing everybody else off. That'd be funny. That would be funny.
The thing is, I'm only going to be setting out to piss off the people who like my sister, and I'm not saying shit on why.
What? It's you woken? What? What? What?
I mean, it makes
Yeah,
sense, obviously. Like, just
Like,
because we killed their leader doesn't mean they stop existing. But like,
I've got a very
it could've.
brief thing on the Awoken in the things Max gave me.
Uh-huh.